Hey guys, it's Tarkin coming at you with another episode of Total Warhammer 3. Today we're going to be playing Tamurkhan for the first time. I'm excited about it. Nurgle's very cool, they're very aesthetic. Tamurkhan is not this ogre. Tamurkhan is the seething host of fly larvae inside of this ogre. So faction effects, we get access to his chieftains, providing unique heroes, units, and abilities. Always love to read something like that. More movement range. Recruitment health for non-demonic units. Better wound recovery time. He's got an ability called Nurgle's Favorite Son for defense and ward save, and he buffs up non-demonic units. So we're probably going to use a bunch of non-demonic units. We start out with some Plague Ogres, Chaos Warriors, Great Weapons, Pesties, and Rot Knights. And we start up way up here, which is awesome. So north of us is going to be just impassable mountains. So we should be able to make this work. Maybe. This is, I think, a more traditional campaign than the ones we've been doing. No, it's got to be, just because the ones we had been doing were very non-traditional campaigns. But there's probably going to be a video. There's probably going to be a video. There will be a video.
From the farthest reaches of the chaos wastes, he came, spreading decay in the name of Nurgle.
Nurgle, of course, is the chaos god of rot and decay, flies and miasma, pestilence, rot.
Their lifeless corpses, pierced by his razor-barbed teeth.
Yeah, so the guy that we are is just like a host.
Made unwilling host to the maggot lord.
And that's us. We are the one who devours.
And so, Tamurkhan remains a parasite in the putrefying body of an ogre tyrant.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff right here.
Amassing a war host, the likes of which has never been witnessed.
Never been witnessed.
Rot will consume all.
Nurgle's super gross, that's their whole thing, you know. They're very aesthetic. I have a friend who plays Nurgle in on tabletop in Warhammer 40k. Alright, so we're threatened to overrun them by blight or by conquest. That's good. Alright, so we seek to conquer the throne of chaos as its greatest champion, wielding the plagues, and with chieftains. So we do deeds to make them like us better. And then we do... Okay, yeah, so there we go. Those are the mechanics. We gotta recruit some guys, do enough to get to a final battle or something. So we'll beat this guy and get our early stuff. We want more magic items. These abilities are good, but I think we want more magic items more than we want anything else. Alright, so this Kazakh guy. Oh, we have to... Alright, it says we're supposed to recruit him. Recruit Kazakh the Befouled. And once we do that, we can get there. But how do we recruit him, Precious? From this building? Not that one. Alright, Nurgle's got, like, these cyclical buildings, so, like, because Nurgle's a process, right? So it'll go around, and I guess, like, you know, after a certain amount of time... I've never played Nurgle. I've played Nurgle in Warriors of Chaos. But I think I played, like 3 turns of a Kugath game, which doesn't count. How do we recruit the guy? But we can just summon all these units in. Alright, maybe we should just do a fight, and then it'll be fine. Alright, how big is this guy? He's got some stuff. So we can get, you know, more units in the army right now if we wanted. Expensive. Very expensive. I don't know what the right choice is. We probably just try to win the battle without anything extra in the army, because that shouldn't be too hard, right? Because Tamurkhan's got 8,500 hit points and primary armor piercing and anti-large. Yeah, I mean, this dude's a big fighter. We just don't have a caster. We should probably just get... Yeah, I mean, we're going to need a Nurgle caster anyway, right? So let's just... Do you want a sorcerer or one of the demon guys? I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're just going to get this. That way we'll remember to have enough for it. And, couple of Nurglings, which come in, with lower HP. Yeah, you know, I haven't I haven't played this campaign before. So yeah, we're just gonna get to it. So it looks like all we're gonna want to do here is a typical little pincer maneuver, and then bring the Rot Knights and or the Ogres around the back to bash the melee. We can have Pesties back here. We can have Pesties over here. They only have one bit of ranged. We'll pull them around the back. Alrighty. Alright, so it's just these Marauder Hunters that are going to do any damage at all. If they do any. You know, like, they've got stuff that can hurt things, but in practice, what's going to happen is we're going to do an uphill charge. That's not going to be very good. It'll be fine. It'll probably be fine. This army doesn't have anything to hurt me. The leader might be moderately annoying to take down. No, we'll have the Plague Ogres. That'll be okay. Because the Marauder Hunters are fairly short range, so if we don't just do what we're doing now and totally unga-bunga into it, we'll be totally fine. We're just going to go around here, collapse the flank in that direction. After all, if they want to be smart, we'll be even more clever. You know, doing early battles semi-properly is important. But we're just going to get Tammy in on the trolls there immediately. These Marauder Hunters are now going to get distracted. The Rod Knights are anti-large. We are just going to pull them around the end here. Berserkers there. The Berserkers are an anti-infantry solution, but they're not going to solve this problem. We're going to be able to pull around here. These trolls are going to come in to fight who? Tamurkhan, Nurgle's favorite son. Activated. Very good indeed. And now the Marauder Berserkers are going to get charged in the rear by Pestigors with Plague Ogre support, and we're going to hit an awesome downhill charge here with the Rot Knights. I want to hit these Marauder Hunters, but I wanted this downhill charge first. I figured we could break a position. We just don't want to get any stuff hurt there. Nurglings in the back. Everything here is shaking out fine. We took, like, I mean, some damage. Not like a ton. But these Marauder Berserkers are getting absolutely trucked. Of course, they're not really built for fighting ogres. You know, they are an anti-infantry fighter with a small bonus for his infantry, but it is still substantial. You know, 5 isn't nothing. 5 is like 10%. And on all of your units, it can add up rather quickly. And what we want to do now is just make sure that we chase them down sufficiently to where we don't have this worry anymore. We're going to get the Rotten Knights on these Norse controls, because they're going to be the biggest and the baddest. We're going to get Tammy going there. No, we should keep him on this fellow. Plague Ogres to support there. We'll have the Nurglings bogging down those hunters. Be good. Our Chaos Warriors are going to be able to get the charge back into our foe here. And then Tamurkhan coming in with the steel chair. Look at him there. He's gross. His big long tongue just rolling all over the place. Smash. Oh yeah. Anime move to take the troll out right there for the victory. And then, you know, we just want to make sure that we press the fight as much as possible there. You know, just get all of these guys in the dirt. Because sometimes you can hit an army, but not quite hard enough, and then they'll sort of get away for a bit. And you have to kill them again. But here should be fine. The Rotten Knights do have regeneration. The Rotten Knights are a wonderful unit, you know. Primary anti-armor piercing, anti-large, big charge bonuses, you know. They got regen, and you know, it's just a lot to love. They're a real fun unit. Pretty heavily armored, you know, decent defense values. They got poison, of course, because of the Mark of Nurgle. It's nice. And they're not a demonic unit, I don't think. Right, they're not. You know, the demon units are fine, but I think we're probably going to enjoy going into the mortal units. I like mortal chaos units, you know, just Warriors of Chaos all play the same, only different, whereas the demon factions are a little bit different, or a little bit differenter. Alright, we're beating up there. Rotten Knight's gonna feast here. We're gonna take this charge on the Marauders and beat them up very, very badly. Oh yeah. You know, they're anti-large fighters, but they're basically anti-everything. Now, units do get experience for internally fighting in battles, but they don't get it for mopping up units like this. However, it can still be very important. And I just want to make sure that we don't have to deal with this army again. Because I haven't done this campaign before. And it's not going to be, I don't think, just totally easy mode like the other two that I've done are. Are we going to get some hits? Just a little bit. Alright. Because, of course, the Nurglings had already had that damage on them. And maybe we'll be able to, like, boost their HP here or whatnot. But we didn't need them in that fight. But they are good for chasing down things. And, like, you know, if something gets around on the flank or for annoying stuff, you know, you got to have some Nurglings. You got to. Alright, so here we could take infections, or if we devour our captives, I think that wouldn't matter so much. Maybe just get this and because we're about to have another fight where we should, you know, not get too many things onto us. Potion of Farsight, that's pretty, you know, we're not going to care about that. You know, they give you a random item in that rarity tier. Some of them are very good, and some of them are not very good. We could auto this. It probably won't be too bad to do that. Probably. I don't know what our, Man, no, it's pretty bad. No, it's pretty bad. I shouldn't have done that. Alright, so So I shouldn't have done that. We took so much damage, and we're not going to be... We're probably not going to be really ready to go right here and fight. Really bad decision making. I should have known better. Should have known better. Alright, so now we can get a chieftain. Wow. A whole new screen. Get unique heroes. You get there for the dominance thing. Kazakh we can already get. Expanded information. Alright, so then when we do these things, we get access to more guys and more stuff in general, and then there's battles, which is awesome. And actually, now I'm thinking, I'm like, oh, if all I have to do is all of these things, maybe I don't have to care about, you know, a normal Total War campaign again. So we get the awesome units that we don't normally get to factions. And we get more abilities and get more to recruit. Alright. Alright, so we get access to a big suite of characters. We got, you know, a Chaos champion. We've got a Famir Balefin, it looks like. We got a Werekin. Got a weird Beastman dude. Oh, man, I'm going to love this faction so much. And then a Dreadquake Mortar. I can get these things. I don't even have the Chaos Dwarves. Oh, this is fun. Alright, yeah. Well, let's go ahead and get this Chieftain hero. So, unique talisman and trait for Kazakh. Let's see. Alright, Kazakh Befouled joins our cause. A bloodthirsty knight dedicated to the cause of rot and ruin. The Kurgan warrior Kazakh the Befouled has dedicated all to the service of Nurgle, Lord of Decay. The rotting pestilent mass that was once his flesh is untouched by pleasure or pain. Even should such feeling be possible, he could not give voice to it, for his vocal cords are no more than an open wound. Not even his soul remains to him, for it was offered to the Plague Father as a trinket long ago. Now Kazakh stands as nothing but a testament to the full horrors of Nurgle's blessings. Heavy stuff. Alright, so as he increases in the fealty, we will get more campaign movement range for the army. Awesome. So Kazakh is already, I think he's a Rot Knight hero. Yeah, he's an automatic Rot Beast hero. I've seen him in against him, but I didn't know if he started out with one. With a legendary tree that just makes him much punchier. And this thing removes charge defense against large for the enemies. That's amazing. Oh, that's so fun. So he can just run around in a group of the Rot Knights and then just like charge right into spears if you want. Yo, Cheese Pizza Guy, you say you were praying that I was streaming? Well, apparently it has been answered, but by the Lord of Decay. Not this guy. This guy! He's just a representative. He's not really the Lord of Decay. Alright, so we get the Sword of Filth, which is magic attacks and Chain Hex, okay, and Icon Decay, which gives us... Okay. When he's in melee for a big radius around him, 55 meters, he gives the enemies negative mass and negative damage, so it'll make it easier to push through him, to charge through him, to bash around and stuff whenever you run into him. What a cool character. And then, of course, he'll get even better. He'll get even better as it goes. We're going to take the training thing and the Blade Master thing. Now, Tamurkhan's got some quests to go. At 12 is when he gets his special stuff, and it gives him 20% replenishment for non-demonic units, which is so good. And then a bunch of strong stuff. That's where he gets regen, bonus for plague augurs, unbreakable things, cheaper upkeep. Yeah, so just like his unique abilities are generically great, you know. Like regen's amazing. Once he gets at level 15, he gets this big toad dragon to ride around on that's got like 1 billion hit points. But we'll get to that when we get to it. We're gonna take Inspiring Presence now. And lament my auto-resolve choice last turn. Alright, so a chariot would be nice. You know, Nurgle could use a chariot. Oh, it's not even the end of the turn yet. Alright, so control and growth, yeah. Because I'm thinking what we'll try to do is we'll either try to obliterate these guys and then spread a little bit. So just a bit of how the map looks. So if you recall the donut here, that's Ulthuan. That's where we were fighting with the Changeling. This is the Empire here. And all the way over here. So like right here is the Darklands where the Chaos Dwarfs and stuff live. And here's Cathay. And we're way up here. There's nobody to the north of us. This is just wastes. So this is basically one of the safer places on the whole map. Now, it's not safe because the guys around us aren't strong. They are strong. But it's just geographically, once you have a wing or two pretty solidified, you don't have to worry about anybody coming from other directions. So it's like it's a much simpler proposition to secure your borders here in the north. And we need to increase his fealty by creating plagues and defeating Warriors of Chaos, Khorne, Slaanesh, Tzeentch, or Norska in battle. So we're doing exactly what we should be doing. You said you bet I'll still be streaming by the time we wake up tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe. I might be. I do have to do, like, 2 things today that don't involve sitting in this chair. Which is sad. Alright, we have got a Plague Cauldron now. We researched our magic item drop chance. And we got a mission to increase his love for us. Alright, so further up in this line, campaign movement is good. That tech is fine, but I think we're going to go to the military line here and start getting a little bit of bonuses here. And now we just want to grab a sorcerer, so I don't know which of these are better. I think we'll just look at traits. We want a Nurgle caster, though. We definitely want that. So while I don't know if the Plague Ridden or the Chaos Sorcerer is more advantageous, we'll probably... Like, I would imagine these guys never get, you know, mounts, while the Chaos Sorcerers will eventually learn to fly. You gonna play Doom Forest for a bit? See ya. Well, we'll take one of these. Why not? Yeah, why not? No reason why not. Oh, they get a Rotfly eventually. That's just fine, yeah. And then we will we'll turn him into a fun little guy. Oh, and he gets an amazing ability to just use. Yeah, it doesn't say use is 0. And then that one has 3 uses for a heal. Yeah, awesome. I'm glad we chose this one. You know. Now we should have no, I don't think that was finished getting done last time. But perhaps we break this now and then use that spot for something else. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, that seems fine. Probably I won't regret that, right? Probably. Alright, do we need any stuff in order to beat the people here? I mean, maybe. If we just summon in... Like, what's our army even lacking, right? We've got Chaos Warriors, Pesties, we've got the Punch, so we just need more junk to clog up our foes. So, yeah, just a couple more Nurglings, plus they're affordable. We'll get them now, and then move off over here. And yeah, and then next turn we'll probably, yeah, we'll be able to fight like 11 on 11. They'll have more guys than us. And we'll probably be happy to have the Nurglings. Alright, so, Plagues of Nurgle. Here's a mechanic I don't know how to do. Let's go. Allows Nurgle factions to create plagues on the campaign map. They can cause positive effects or negative effects, blah, blah, blah. 3 symptoms from the panel. Selecting an available symptom. Gives a new plague. Only adjacent symptoms can be added to the plague. Obviously, it goes through the web. And they can become blessed. And if it's used, it uses the blessing and won't boost to the next one. The factions will be displayed there. The modifiers will be there to change it. So it's heavily modifiable. And then it'll be how long it'll stop them from getting any new plagues. And a target. And we can get it on a plague where... Yeah. But I think we're going to put it on this army. Yeah. So we put it on us there. We'll take... Vanguard for all units. Yeah, and that'll let us just get like right up on them. That's fun. And then it'll slow them down. Or we could get better stuff there. Well, if we get the Vanguard thing... Yeah, so that'll, you know, let us get more replenishment, make them weaker. Get that, and then... Alright, so what am I missing here? Oh, the target. Alright, so we do this. If we up the chance to spread it, it costs more. I think we'll just do this. And, yeah, and then that'll make him stronger. For 3 turns. Boosting our stuff. All right, there we go. We get our little plague. How good. Very proud of us. Very, very proud. And our Nurgle caster will catch up after the next fight or two worth. Cormac has run off to the north. We are going to do this fight because the last auto-resolve made us take more damage than I wished to take. Yes, that is what we're going to do. It won't take long. Nurglish. I didn't know that was the name for the faction. We're Nurglish, like how you have Slaneshi. It's Nurglish, I guess. So the Marauder Horsemen basically will just send, you know, some Nurglings to chase. They do fire while moving, but the thing about Nurglings is they have 20% physical resist. And like a decently large amount of hit points. And, you know, they're cheap. Our front line is moving at the speed of Chaos Warriors of Nurgle, who have 28. They are so slow. They lumber. Pestigors have 42 speed, and they come across as fast. Like, just look at how the Marauders get chunked there. And now we're just gonna ride out, because that's what they let you do. We put way too many eggs in this basket to the right here. It'll be fine. Chaos Warriors taking a huge amount of damage from the Marauder Hunters, who have like armor sundering and AP on their missiles. But now, now they're embroiled in melee, and they're not going to be able to get anything done. We're just going to keep the Pesties glued to the Marauder Horsemen there. Nurgle's favorite son activated. You know it. Nurgle likes us best. They keep a list of who Nurgle likes best, and we are at the top. We're going to move the ogres out here. You know, they're in against a couple of spears. It's fine, but it's not perfect. Tamurkhan, though, is happy. And really, we just want the ogres out of the fight so that we can cycle the charge. When ogres do the charge, they get, you know... It's good. They got 50 auto charge bonus. And we're just going to come in here and attack to the rear. And these Marauder Horsemen deciding to run into Rot Knights instead of who was chasing them, which is a special bit of hilarity. Not really where you want to be when Nurgle comes back. Clean. Because the thing with this army is... Right now, just between the Rot Knights, the Plague Ogres, Tammy, and Kha'Zix, it's a strong enough core to deal with anything that's not, like, special, right? We just need, like, stuff to stick to make sure that, like, that Tammy doesn't get overwhelmed on the ground. Because he's a very strong fighter just out of the box. It's got, like, 8,000 HP, you know, primary armor piercing, a lot of really, really good stuff going on. And the thing that improves the Chaos Warriors also improves the Nurglings, which is excellent. I might end up taking that one. I mean, Rot Knight's pretty good. Anyway, let us just continue onward. as it gets another level, and it's going straight into attack, because of course it is. It always does. He'll probably go this way rather than that way, probably. Oh no, he's got areas there. Well, first things first, we forgot to do this earlier. You gotta choose your speed to fastest. Alright, so for the planes here, we want to build our mortal line. And hit this. We've got a decent amount of money somehow, so we're just going to try to... Alright, what do you get from this? Construction time going down. Oh, you have to have infections to build the building. Ah, well, you know. I should have read that. Alright, so we can get income, or we can get growth, or we can get this per turn. Well, I think that per turn is the thing I care about right now, so that we can tech up a little bit. Maybe that'll be smart. Maybe it won't be. It's what we're doing. Hopefully Cormac will go right and not left. But if he does go left, with that plague on him, he'll actually not be like in too good of shape to deal with the planes here. But you don't want an enemy just like reaving in your back line. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. Alright, good news. We're now going to spend a long time chasing this dude back and forth. Like, do we... Because if he moves here to attack it, do we just lose the fight? I mean, maybe. I guess we recruit a lord, right? Because if we get... like a nice brave Chaos Lord of Nurgle, Lothar Slaughtercall. Will that be enough? I hate to spend any money on the army. That should be enough. Yeah, because then he'll be able to stand up and fight there. And 4 Plague Bears, Nurglings. I mean, no, not really. But we don't have any access to anything that's going to make that fight more winnable. So, yeah, maybe it'll work out. 10% speed for melee infantry, or melee units. We can definitely use that. I think we're now just going to chase Cormac around for a while. It promises to be super annoying. Did the game crash? Game might have crashed. Well... okay. One more time with feeling. That's so strange. Look, Total War will crash my machine sometimes. It's a strong computer, but this game's weird. But it shouldn't die there. Like, it would be like a battle with Skaven reinforcing Skaven against my zombie hordes. But alright, now let's try that all over again. Fortunately, the autosave worked, and this time it didn't explode, so that's great comfort. And, you know, I think we can all be confident that NVIDIA and or Intel is not going to fail me again today. Unless they do. They've played the brown note. Iron Curse Icon is 15. Now, I guess it used to be 10. 15's, better. It is going to take us so long to link up with this guy. I hate so much of what's going on here. Like, do we go in this direction or this one? How are we going to... Anyway, so, like, it's important early in a campaign to have objectives and make them happen, and what I'm doing here is not that. What I'm doing here is chasing around a weak army repeatedly while they probably are getting strong somewhere else. Because they still have lands over here. And anyway, I am not very good. It's fine. It'll probably be fine. Because we've chased this guy, it was what, 1, 2, 3 turns, so it's going to be 4, maybe 5 turns. Early game turns, the most important turns there are, and I think we're not even going to catch him. How did he get away? Yeah, like they just get away. It's very obnoxious when this happens. Expert charge defense for demonic infantry. I mean, that's like pretty cool, but we're gonna go with strain resistance. So this one is a very, very good tree for all of our stuff, but we'll take that. Nobody knows what it does. So I guess the units go in cycles, and that gives you like a pool of summonable units in the place, which is an interesting little way of doing it. Probably very annoying. If you want a specific kind of army, but it'll encourage you to, embrace the possibilities of the god of decay. Grand Papa Nurgle. Alright, so for all of that, we chase them all of the way around. Banner of Hellfire, so it's like a low-level Mortis Engine effect that's on a cooldown. Well, it's a banner, so... So after all of that, he got all the way around here and is going to be able to have a round of recruitment before we finally fight him. Which is, I mean, basically a disaster. Alright, we need to sign non-aggression pacts with somebody. Who wants one? The Tusked Sons? Do we want to sign one with them? Oh, Kodak's right there. I don't know what his defeat trait is, but it's good. Alright, well, now a Dragon's Death... See, what? What? I... Oh, it makes me want to cry. He got like 9 units. He was here for like 1 day and he got like 9 units, and now I'm not going to be able to win this fight. Well, let's just load up on dudes, because I guess we should have done this yesterday. Like, what's the play? We go back to ambush stance here and try to get him to move away? Like, this 28 guys and I have a beat-up army. I hate everything. This is so dumb. Oh, man, this is the worst campaign I've ever done. How could he get an army that large in 1 turn? Alright, well, we caught him out, though. He runs away, of course. But, you know, we got him away from all of his reinforcements and such. This dude's probably going to have a full army next turn, too. This is dumb. I shouldn't play on this difficulty, I don't think. I'm not very good at the game, and this guy getting a full stack all of a sudden, like, I guess it's turn 11, and it's not all of a sudden. It feels like it is. Alright, so 6 Marauder Horsemen. Oh, Jesus wept. I guess we've got a healing army ability, though, so maybe that'll work. We've got Miasma of Pestilence, which is just like, you know, it just messes up one guy. Alright, well, and I guess they're gonna run to the back to tire us out. Anyway, we're just gonna try to collapse this flank and lose just like a ton of vigor by running across the battlefield, which is really annoying. Like, it's really annoying how much we're going to lose by trying to take this fight. But, you know, after 84 freaking years, we're finally going to fight this level 1 army who has led us a merry chase indeed. And of course, we might not be able to beat them. We might not be able to. But, you know, from this deployment, they will be... Like, I'm just like, this is so annoying. They're acting like people. Like, that's obnoxious. Because they're fast enough to just, like, what? Like, do this? I'm so mad right now. We're just gonna lose all of these guys to the horsemen. It's like playing a person. They're better than I am. I shouldn't even be playing this game. I'm garbage. Yep, and now they just, like, get away with this? Yeah, they just get away with it. I mean, I guess losing a whole bunch of Marauders isn't the end of the world. It doesn't feel like the beginning of the world. And I think we're gonna chase these things and just lose the plague toads to them. I don't know if we'll just send these guys chasing them, and that'll waste their entire life. I'm really getting. I don't think we're gonna. I don't think this campaign's gonna go very well. Maybe I am misestimating what's going on. Maybe it'll be fine. I just feel like we wasted so much momentum early. I don't think we're ever gonna recover. But maybe there aren't going to be any big threats around, you know? Because here, like, we're going to expect their lines to buckle pretty dramatically. But we already, you know, I guess we lose a couple Nurglings, not the end of the world. We'll lose some Plague Toads. That does suck because they're strong and I can't really replace them. But, you know, you do what you have to do, which is apparently lose to Marauder Horsemen in combat. Apparently that's what you've got to do. But we hit this blob with Fecundity, which should stop them from disappearing into the abyss. I don't think it'll resurrect models. And these Marauders just, like, you know, soaking up a ton of ammo like champions. Need to go reinforce those guys over there. This is miserable. I'm not having a good time. It's my own fault. I guess I don't really know what I could have done. I tried to fight this guy the whole time, you know, this was the good version of the fight. I am seeing that we we may not have lost, but look, you can have a Pyrrhic victory, right? And it's a very Pyrrhus of Epiros. Like, you can absolutely win a fight and then just, like, your campaign's over because you lost all your army, and by the time you recover, like, you might as well just restart. Which very well might be applicable here. Like, it is not escaping my notice that we might need to just scrap this whole campaign. I don't even know how to make it better, though. Because we went in the exact order that we would have to go. We could have went to March stance inside of their territory, maybe. Not auto-resolve the settlement battle, have higher hit points, and march there. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But a lot of it's probably my mindset. Like, I look at any battle where a unit gets totally wiped out as a gross and unacceptable failure. Whereas this is just probably, like a normal failure. I think because what? We lost a bunch of Nurglings, but I don't want to spend money on them. I don't have that much. In here we have to take the infections because we just have to. And we're upside down on money. I guess we just disband this guy. Alright, so we've gotten a chieftain thing unlocked for fighting there, and now we can get a chariot that we can scarcely afford, but it gives us more money and dominance. So you do the thing, and then it opens up more of the stuff in the panel, because we just need a few more, and then we will be able to get Rot Knights through this. And really a couple Rot Knights, maybe I'm being too negative. I'm treating it like I understand the campaign, and I don't. I don't know what's going on. I do know that if it's turn 12 and you've only taken 2 settlements, that's usually incredibly bad, but maybe it's not. Maybe I meant to chase the Norska guy in a ring. Alright, and here we get an excellent mission. So we're going to get region items, and then all you have to do is research some technology to get it, which we're going to do. Humanity is a virus. That would give us a Plague Bearer summon, but I think we'll go in a different direction. Yeah, we'll go here for the cavalry thing. I don't know. We'll work it out. And here we go to Dragon's Death, and we'll be able to have an unfair fight where we will have the advantage, just like I like. Here, with a reasonable amount of horsemen. And we will just fast forward while we waddle across the battlefield. It's just really annoying that they constantly make us walk the whole expanse. We need to get a thing for Vanguard deployment for the whole army. I know there was a plague that gave it. It's probably what we'll end up taking. Because, you know, with the logic of a game, if they detect that they have more range strength than you, they'll just sit still. Which, of course, is easy for you to abuse if you're the one with the ranged strength. We're going to get the Pesties in there and then follow it up with a glorious charge of Chaos Chariots. These are chariots of Nurgle, so they give poison. Ooh. And they're probably slightly slower. That reminds me, I'm making a huge mistake right now. I am screwing up. Like, I'm waiting too long to get on this whole flank thing. We're going to try to get the Rod Knights in on the Marauding Horsemen. If they turn tail and run, maybe we'll still get a charge on them. Oh yeah, there, we got the downhill. We're going to be able to close that distance and get a punch on. There we go. And then we're going to come around here and pop these Marauder Hunters. And then we'll throw that old Traveling Hex down. Make sure this commander doesn't get too much work done. Good stuff. Cleaning up. I think the army's stronger than I think it is. And that's making me feel tense about these things. It's also just because I get really annoyed getting shot up. But I gotta embrace that I've got, like, regen on some stuff. You know, we are Nurgle. We've got healing. We just don't have it online yet. We got the healing army ability. Yeah, probably just needed to get these Rod Knights in here, because the Rod Knights have 71 speed, but something about whenever they're charging in lets them get in and close the distance. But there we go. It's all coming up roses, and we're good. And we get a little fecundity online, which it won't bring units back from the dead, right? So it's really just for single entity healing, I think. If you're doing it late in the battle, right? But we win another little battle there, and, you know, we're getting closer and closer towards getting some objectives done, even if it was a very, 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 very slow start. Hey, there we go. We get more movement range. Excellent. Dolgan has been eliminated. Alright, so we can get speed for the Plague Ogres and Plague Toads and Hounds and stuff, and Fizz Resist, which seems fine. This one just gives melee attack and charge bonus to all that stuff that I care about. Yeah, so we'll take that. Take the training upgrade. Alright, so Rancid is a direct damage spell to, like, a single entity. Children of Nurgle. What is the lore passive? Heal anytime we do stuff. Yeah, Stream of Corruption is probably what we're going to get. It's just a breath spell that does some damage in a line. Because really, this is all just about Fleshy Abundance, the Nurgle caster. We might want a Death caster, too. Come to that. But I think, actually, because it looks like this guy's going to be a caster, right? Because he should, yeah, ancient arcane power. It looks like he should be a caster, and that this guy should probably be a caster also, like a beast caster. So the longer we play, all we have to do is continue on. We've got a strong faction, you know. We've got unique mechanics. I just don't know about them, so it's making me tense. And I think we're going to take a little bit of money here, just, you know, to mix it up a bit. Next up is the Challenge Stone, where Kolek Suneater holds court. Hopefully he won't be home. If he is, well, Kolek's a big old tough boy. But I think between Tamurkhan and our hero, we'd be able to put the hurt on pretty good. I don't think we want a non-aggression pact with them. I think we want to aggression them. We'll make a non-aggression pact with you. We needed to make one of those, and now that was just for the mission. So now we've made one. Alright, so there's 15 of them here and 10 in the walls. I think what we do is build some towers and wait, and maybe they'll come outside and we can fight them there. We still might lose. Oh no! Well, I hit the wrong button. Let's see how this goes. I mean, it could be fine. Could be fine. Which wall do we crack? This one. Alright, so what do we do here? We just charge this gate, and they're not going to be on the wall, and they're not going to be on the wall. Yeah, we'll just have like a nice, clean chaos fight inside of a city. What could ever go wrong? Just a big old massive blob fight where the person who pays the most attention will do fine. And we get hit with Buna? No, just a Spirit Leech. That's alright then. He's got regeneration. He'll get put back together again. At least they aren't on the walls here, and they're letting us inside. That's good. And Tamurkhan's like good. He can even hit walls, I think, and like knock them down. Let alone the gatehouse. But the gate is easier. And it looks like now the heat's coming in. Now the spawner here. Now everybody wants to fight. We'll put Tamurkhan at the front because he's got a huge HP pool, and we can heal him with the army ability in the later terms of it. Yeah. Looks like we're going to get in underneath the tower, just as planned. You know, that siege weaponry, that waiting stuff, that was a bad idea. This is a better idea. Alright, and we're going to get the hitters onto these aspiring champions, who are real trouble. Stream of Corruption here. It's probably not going to do too much, but it'll do a little bit of something against these Forsaken. Nurgle's favorite son activated. We need to get these Rot Knights out of combat. We don't need them to be taking a bunch of free damage right now, and they are taking so much free damage right now. But they haven't lost any models, and if we can get them from losing any models, they will regenerate over the course of a long battle. Tamurkhan's getting beat up, but that is okay. The Chaos Chariot's way too stuck in. We need to get him pulled around here. There we go. Kazakh the Befouled. We need him on the Aspiring Champions. We need to get this debuff going. That's going to make this blob fight a lot nicer. And he's Forsaken. This is not a target-rich environment for them. They don't have primary armor piercing, but it will be okay. It says Tamurkhan's in over his head. He'll be fine. I'm confident that he'll be fine. He's getting shot by this tower. What are you going to do? Look, Tammy's a big old boy. He can take care of himself. He can take care of somebody else, too, come to that. We want Kazakh on the Aspiring Champions because they are the ones with the biggest HP pool, and then he's got the AP and the anti-infantry to deal with them. Plague Ogre's on the big guy. Alright, we were going to get... Charge in here. Get these Plague Toads stuck in. We need to get over on this side. A little bit of the Plague Bear stuff. Faginity and the Blob. This is going to be excellent. This is going to be a big old heal. Just what we needed. And the Rot Knights are out of the wall and good. So they're going to regen all the way up. And we're going to be able to bring them in for a beautiful, a gorgeous coup de grace later on. Stream of Corruption there does some alright work. Because Tamurkhan doesn't have regen yet, you gotta take that in the tree. But Kazakh and the Rotting Riders, no, not the Rotting Riders, that's a name of a guy, they have it. The Plague Ogres do not have it, but they do have 16 models still. And that heal definitely got what we needed to get gotten there. And I feel relatively okay about this. Let's go ahead and get stuck in with these Rotting Riders again. We need to get into this battle. We need to get our chariots back, Once they've been fighting in a position for any amount of time, you need to get them back. They don't want to fight there forever. They want to experience more things. All right, their leader is now on the way out. They do have an Exalted Hero in there as well, so we need to get some dudes on here. All right, it's going to be time for another Stream of Corruption. Doesn't do that much. Favorite son activated, and now Kazakh's ability, which is just so good, is going to spread here. It's going to make them a lot weaker just in time for the Rotting Riders to slowly make their way through. This is fine. Nurgle loves a blob fight. Nurgle loves a blob fight. Nurgle loves casting a big ol' fecundity here on the blob, getting healed up. Getting more vigor on our guys. Couldn't be happier. This is what it's all about. Why did I feel afraid to take this fight? I'm Nurgle. I know it doesn't look like much, but this bump and grind is very important. We could actually probably look even closer at it here. Yeah, well, a cinematic view since we're going to be fighting here for a while. I'm in a better mood now that I realize the tide of battle is going inexplicably in our way, no. So the blob here just favors us, because we've got regen, and they don't. And we've got army spells to heal us, and they don't. They don't have the magic damage they need to deal with the demons. They don't have the focus they need to deal with Tamurkhan. And that's just going to put them in bad and then worse positions over time. Which is great. Because you know, they won't even bring in the horsemen, which could actually do a bunch of damage, potentially, but... This Beast of Nurgle having a time, just having a total party. Throwing another huge fecundity down again. Oh man, you know, like, does this just keep on coming in? Because it doesn't appear to have, like, a limited amount of things in a battle, so, you know, I guess I just didn't appreciate that existed, because... Now I'm thinking, what are they ever going to do to me? We're going to get a Hero Hammer Core together. Oh no, we need to get these guys back, though. We don't... Don't want to give a bunch of free damage up just because we can heal. Gonna throw the heat down again. You know, Nurgle doesn't have any, like, really big blob punishing spells like some factions do with that. I mean, I guess we could get death magic on someone, and we might well do that, but I didn't want to do that because, you know, we're gonna unlock another hero that's got wizard access. And if we get, like, you know, a beast caster, because, like, Flock of Doom's real good. Says Kazac's in a fight that he's losing. I don't know if I buy that. I bet he's doing just fine. Because we're nowhere close to the healing cap on Tamurkhan, I don't think. Our Forsaken versus their Forsaken. Our hilariously strong guy against their guy, who is merely a guy, really. Forsaken against Forsaken. Oh, yeah. You know, we are exhausted in the vigor, but, you know, some of our guys are fresh. But since we are going to be taking, like, some hits on people, we want to get our single entities taking the missile fire, because they're the ones that we're going to be able to efficiently heal, right? The Plague Ridden of Nurgle getting poked out too far. Not ideal. We're gonna rescue him. Don't worry, little buddy. We're gonna get in there. Man, Tamurkhan's just having a party. How much value does it have? Oh, only 1,300. Who's got the value? Nobody? Nobody has the value. It's just a slow and agonizing bump and grind. This is what it's all about here. Just inefficiently smashing against your opponents until you eventually win. That's what the people want to see. That's the Nurgle way. So there's a bunch of, like, trolls and other nasties here, but fortunately it looks like, you know, we're doing fine. We're doing okay. The Beast of Nurgle is a little surrounded here. That's not that bad. Kazakh hasn't hit healing cap yet. When he does, then we'll have to start thinking about maybe slowing down a little bit. But as it stands, with all of the debuffs that we've got access to, you know, this bump and grind, this debuffing city, it's going okay. I don't have any, like, halberd equivalents, so when we have these chaos spawn, you know, we don't even have spearmen, right? We just gotta fight them. I mean, we got Tammy. These aspiring champions still just being absolute menaces. Riding Knights are about to hit healing cap. But importantly, their forces are just real beat up. I mean, sure, they've got, like, the Marauder Horsemen and stuff here in the back, but all of the real heat, the Chaos Spawns of the world, their Lord, you know, everything like that, that's all hitting the dumpster. Here, 15 minutes after the fight began, you know, we're really starting to put some hurt on. And it won't take too many more attempts of on their lives before these trolls start shattering. As we see here, their position is actually about to collapse really, really heavily. This time we're going to try not to let all these trolls get away, but, you know, they do really good at fleeing when they run. And then, of course, they heal up. They've got a whole lot of HP by the time you run into them again. You're like, wait, didn't I just fight these trolls? It's a pretty funny thing to complain about when you're Nurgle. Stream of Corruption there, which did, you know, an alright amount of damage against the Horsemen. Not good, but an alright amount. But if these guys want to brawl, well, then we will certainly be happy to brawl. Because these Horsemen just, like, charged into a beast of Nurgle. They even had ammo. You know, I don't know why they were tired of fighting, but they were tired of fighting. But, you know, we're not gonna let them off that easy. We're gonna punch him in the face with justice. Fecundity, that'll get the Plague Ogres with a huge amount of HP again, because they still have 16 of their 16 models. Just because they were very beat up doesn't mean they are in any way diminished. Oh no, not the Chariot. We need the Chariot alive. There we go. There we go. There we go. We shatter that troll, finally. Now all their good stuff is basically gone, and all we gotta do is mop up some trash and try not to lose too much as we rampage through the city. You know, after 20 minutes at the wall, we're finally ready to destroy the stronghold of Kolek Suneater. Oh, we didn't actually kill the Lord? Oh, he's got 175 HP. Well, you know, he might actually rally rather. Oh yeah, it looks like he's just standing there, routing but not routing. Yeah, because these trolls, you know, they just can't keep getting away with it, right? They've got bonuses to leadership and defense and all that from being inside of this thing, but they just can't keep on putting up with it, because you can only break a couple of times before you shatter. And since we were in this fight for 20 minutes, we know that if any unit is beat up, they've probably been beaten up really badly. At least a couple times. We're just gonna fast forward here a little bit as our army meanders through. But I think the amazing thing after all of that is how good of shape we're in. Man, Nurgle really can grind. And we're just gonna very, very slowly break this. Just very slowly. You see that it takes, like, literally, like, if you send your whole army at one of these things, it can take 2 or 3 minutes of real time to break one. Nobody knows why. There's a chaos spawn in front of it, I guess. Maybe that was why. But, you know, there you go. You get the thing. Where's the next one? We gotta take this one. Oh no, we just have to beat these unbreakable units because all the other ones have broken. And we win the battle. Alright, yeah. So in conclusion, I did not need to make siege equipment, and it's good that I took this battle. I now have a much greater appreciation for how sticky and annoying this army already is. What we need is just access to skirmish cavalry to beat up on other skirmish cavalry. Or maybe just like fury access, right? Something like that. We will occupy. There we go. We have gotten rid of Kolek Suneater. Have we totally eliminated them? Well, he doesn't have any land. And this place has no summonable units. Alright, so we just need a couple more battles with Norska and stuff, or Chaos, to get it. So we're just gonna leave this place and probably lose it, I guess? I don't know. Yeah, because, man, I don't... What's the benefit of having the second province, right? Because if we can just sell it to Zatan... We'll build, like, an economic building and then sell it to Zatan. And then we can get, like, you know, some money or maybe even, like, an alliance out of it. And, Because how much better is it going to be to have one place over two? And do I want Grimgor as a freaking neighbor? I don't think so. I don't think so. Better for Zatan to have a little bit more stuff, especially if we're pals. And if it betrays me eventually, maybe that'll be okay. And then we can go over here and fight Archaon? I don't know, man. I do know that we should go as this guide, so we don't want to fight any of these guys. We have to fight the chaotic thing, or by creating plagues. Well, I guess we could create a plague. Alright, so there's one, and then we can just do another one. Yeah, we can do another plague the turn after this if we wanted, or whatever, and then that'll get the next one. So do we want to just try to beat Grimgor right now? Huh. You know, it doesn't sound like a bad idea, right? It doesn't. Doesn't sound like a perfect idea, but it doesn't sound like a bad idea. Okay, so he's got that tree and this tree, so increases weapon speed for all the cavalry. Alright, so just... and gives terror. Wow! Alright, yeah, so... so this tree's real good, and that's what we're gonna get. Alright, so... Hey, IDK. Going to a water park? Well, fun. They can be very enjoyable, and of course, when it is hot outside, it is very, very pleasant indeed to not have to deal with that so much. Because if we just... Alright, we have Strata Plague, hooray! Yeah, if we just move on Grimgor just right now, then it basically won't matter what happens to us? Yeah. Yeah. Because again, like, if I don't even understand how this is working, and I don't, maybe none of these guys will attack me, and we can just pop Grimgor, who will be a menace if we allow him to remain. Alright, so let's see how it goes. Oh no, Kolek's right there. Oh, I'm in some trouble. We're about to get jumped while we're in March. I forgot Kolek was still alive. Well, time to brawl. Alright, so tons of trolls, Chaos Warriors, Hell Cannon, man. And of course, we're in March stance, so we're already going to be tired. But, you know, what are you going to do? We're going to fight Kolek Sun Eater is what we're going to do. Chariots in a group, Cavalry in a group, Plague Toads in a group, Plague Ogres in their group, Tammy in his own, this in his own. And we just take a huge Hell Cannon hit and immediately lose a Rot Knight. I'm so... We're in some real trouble here. It might be fine, but we're in some real trouble here. Now, why would we charge Tamurkhan in, you ask? Well, because I need to have some damage put on him, because otherwise, whenever we get to healing, you know, like, this damage is going somewhere else, because, you know, if we get... Ah, man, rough. But we should be taking care of these hounds really well. And this will be like 3 units of hounds taken care of. And the Rot Knights we're going to be able to put into these Chaos Trolls. No, into these Dragon Ogres, even worse. Alright, the Beast is getting trucked on by Kolek Sun Eater. Oh, man. The Plague Ogres are hiding in the hills, the opposite of what we need them to do. Now Kazakh is getting trucked on by Kolek Sun Eater. Can anybody stand up to this full 1.2 thousand? Oh my god, it's like a character I would make. Ay, we're in some trouble here, folks. The Chaos Chariots just getting beat up. I mean, the good news is the other sides of the army are going in our favor. Bad news is I'm not sure who can stand up to Kolek Sun Eater here. And we are getting trucked on this side by the friggin' Hell Cannon. Chaos Warriors with halberds. That is a disaster. We have to get these just normal dudes out. The Plague Toads. Alright, but we've got him tar pitted up here. Alright, there we go. Here's our heal. Well, it doesn't look like we're going to be in any condition to beat these orcs in a fight. But we're going to get rid of Kolek, and that'll be something. I mean, we're probably gonna beat Kolek. It ain't a done deal yet. But we do have the backline compromise. This Chaos Sorcerer, we're about to crunch him. If we had like one more unit of Rot Knights, which I think we're not super far away from getting, then we actually might get it with this battle. Man, Kolek, it's like a truck. But you know, like a smarter truck, we ran a little bit away, and that should be enough to get us in a good spot. Chaos Warriors with Halberds, well, we don't want to fight them with... I mean, we don't have anything that's good against Halberd Warriors, right? Not a thing. Kolek's running? Kolek's running? I mean, yeah, Kolek's running. We're going to keep Tammy on his tail. Tammy is the guy on this battlefield that Kolek doesn't want to fight, particularly. I mean, he's still just an absolute monster. But Tamurkhan will beat him face-to-face here at these levels, so... And then we'll pop the Fecundity. He'll get a bunch of his life back. Tamurkhan will continue to lose. But yeah, there we go. And now, you know, we know where they are, so even though we went to March and we're not going to be getting our health back, we're still, you know, we'll be up in value here, you know. We'll find a way to get something here. If we can get on the Dragon Ogres before they get out, got 11 models, then... Terrible time to be caught in March stance, but we're just going to feast on these trolls then. I don't know if we can get up to the Dragon Ogres in time. Doesn't look like it. Still. A fine display. We're going to throw a Fecundity on Tamurkhan. And although there's no one else around him, it'll still get him a good 1,000 HP or so. And honestly, I mean, like, a great fight for us. I'd feel more comfortable if our army had, you know, a halberd or two in it, but I don't even know if I get access to a halberd or two. Alright, the favorite of naval trait has improved. And now the remaining candidates have revealed themselves. Alright, a whole bunch of information. Ha ha ha! Oh boy, I did not realize it was that good. Alright, so we get 20 more bonus first large. So now Tammy is running around with a big, an immense, a strong, plus 40 to large. I don't know what it is on the Toad Dragon, which we'll get in just a couple of levels, but that's pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Alright, so Blight Swarm, it's going to be a used thing to hurt our foes, and then we want this for all our fellas that'll get to that good level eventually. Oh, and that gives us abilities as we get up, including physical resist. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I think this is the thing to take, because it doesn't have, like, a use amount. And I think Locus of Contagion, this is just going to be, like, a big ol' nuke for a blob, and I think that's where to go. Alright, so now we can get... No. We have to get it in the chieftain panel. Alright, so we have 9 right now. So if we spend 4 there, we can get a Wrought Knight, but then that'll get us under the amount that we need. Alright, so we can get any one of these guys. Who do we want? Alright, so this guy will level up from fighting tech or the elves. This guy wants us to beat those things. So who are we going to be fighting here? Lizardmen, ogres, beastmen, or chaos dwarves, or raiding. Yeah, this guy wants us to beat Skaven, greenskins, or dwarves. Maybe we just go to Kargan, because then we can get a Hell Cannon. But if we're doing by that logic, we should get this guy, because then we can get a Dreadquake Mortar. And, you know, it'll give us some ranged weapons, which Nurgle is, you know, sorely lacking. Yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. Yeah. Azar Doombolt. Welcome to Nurgle. With ambitions forged in the raging industrial furnaces of the Darklands, Izar Doombolt is as determined and cruel as any Chaos Dwarf, willing to do anything to improve his standing among his peers. Driven by an unending greed, he forges a path built upon the backs of withered slaves and bloodied corpses. Though selfishness and disloyalty mark him as a most unreliable follower, he is not without reason. Promises of war, spoils, and captives he can send back to Zar Nagrund to increase his own prestige are more than enough to secure his assistance, if only temporarily. So he will improve the blunderbusses and stuff, give more ammo and all that. So he could either make himself stronger or make himself stockier. We're going to take this increased mobility. Alright, so it'll lower his range, but then do, like, explosive stuff. Dig in. Just magical attacks seem real good, though. We'll take that. And with that, the Infernal Castellan joins the army. And now we will unlock a blunderbuss, who do, like, really solid damage. Alright, so what do we drop for this? A Nurgling? I mean, probably. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. Good stuff. We're finally getting nice and strong. Do we want the mist resist on him? I mean, probably. He's got a cursed Yeti jawbone, which gives us 15% missile strength for the whole army. Yeah. I think the prospect of leveling him up. And, yeah, so we loot settlements or defeat scavenge greenskin or dwarves, which, well, you know, I wanted to fight some greenskins, or at least I thought I did. Alright, but first we need to finish off Kolek. And we've got the first one of these. So this is a bombardment that does a lot of damage. Probably a lot of damage. We'll see how much in this battle. You know, I went from thinking this campaign was going very poorly to now realizing that all I have to do is keep playing. It's like a horde campaign without the horde. And now that I really am like starting to appreciate that, I think we're looking good. Yeah, because he doesn't have, you know, he doesn't have all his fancy stuff anymore. And this, okay, it's a one-use ability, but we'll see what's going on with it. It's pretty funny being Nurgle. You go into a battle and you just see, like, your hero's HP just start to climb. Tamurkhan, we're going to get his regen very soon, and then it's going to be over for these fools. And, of course, now that we have some AP shooters, I mean, these Chaos Force blunderbusses are probably going to be, like, really good for this army. Because with just one thing to defend, and then later probably a little bit of artillery too, it's going to be pretty easy to get what we need done. Pesty's getting shot. The fire of the Tzeentchian Sorcerer going crazy. How has it hit me that much? But of course, this time is so different. We've got the blunderbusses shooting at him. We've got the dwarf shooting nobody. But we can do the splinterbuss shell. Okay, that'll be a magic missile thing. Not a big one, but a magic missile thing. And we'll just drop this. See how it looks. It's probably going to be huge, right? Yeah, a little bombardment. They try to run away, and it still does enough to inspire a little bit there. Looks like we're losing the Pesty. I guess he's got 5 HLRs. I'm like, he's an anti-large fighter? That's sick. But he does have, you know, dig in for more range and stuff, and yeah, pretty pumped about this. Does this keep going up whenever we're... Yes, it does. Alright, so we're going to hope that that increases a bit, and then we're going to jump a big, a massive, a huge... Come on. Where is it? Where's my last point? Give it to me. There we go. And then Tammy is going to be able to get, you know, at least 1,000 hit points out of it. And all the regenerating guys have regenerated up, and so it is time to go. Oh, I forgot the Locus of Contagion! Oh, it's all around him, so it's just like a huge pop. But anyway, we'll, maybe next battle we'll remember it. The pesties get wiped out. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. But Kolek's in the dirt. And we get Deathsinger. Oh, yeah. Black Cleaver, which is amazing. It gives him, like, huge damage, but, you know, we're not a level 17, so we might as well put the Death Singer on him real quick. And that'll give him the regen that he's been missing at the moment. Just a couple more levels, and we're going to be able to start getting some really good RORs, so that'll be nice. That's the other thing, if you're in like a solo army sort of dream, it doesn't really matter. Not really, you know, what you do. Because if you know you're gonna have 10 RORs and some special units plus your heroes, it's like, man, I think I'm gonna have a real good time with this. But Grimgore, we could totally beat in a fight right now if we were in a fight right now. If he's within range in our next turn, we'll probably just take the fight. I don't know what the Grimgore trait is. I don't remember. Probably armor-piercing damage, melee attack, you know. I don't remember it being as good as I thought it should be. I've gotten it before, you know, but... pretty soon we're going to have regen. We're going to be on the Toad Dragon. It's going to be a whole different dynamic. Brutal Business is activated. This is basically the worst news we could have seen. Because the very large Greenskin army is now very scary. Alright, so what do we do now? We make friends... oh, wow, they're so mad at me. Oh, no, that's they're mad at them. Okay. So we're going to give them the challenge stone and some money, and then they're going to become my vassal? That seems excellent. That seems real excellent. Alright. Good news, now we've got Satan the Black doing what we want him to do. Alright, so he was already declared war here, so we're going to declare war on them. We don't want to interrupt their plans here, after all. And look, the dwarves will probably turn on me eventually, but for right now, that'll be good. And that means, of course, that now we do feel comfy enough to just start smashing the greenskins here. Yeah, and we get the Warhost Hussar in on it. Okay, now we're talking. Of course, we're also now in a battle that's going to be sketchy because we've got, you know, brutal business going on. But if we can pop Grimgore before this wall happens... Say in a perfect world, I would ally with Zatanna, one of the other Chaos Dwarves. Well, yeah, you know, we got him as our vassal, so all we got to do now is make sure that we don't annoy him with stuff, and he'll be a strong ally on that flank. Good deal. Good deal. And I just got to deal with Grimgore, because you don't want an orc to start getting their feet underneath them, right? Alright, so here we've got, of course, the mobility advantage and all the other advantages. We're just gonna do the tried and true boring bad melee front and pop it around that way. Of course, the longer he waits, the more whimsy our magic gets. I think he's got some magic, but it's probably just like Vindictive Glare sort of nonsense. Hopefully unlocks artillery for ally recruitment sooner or later. Oh, dude, I never even thought of that. That's so smart. I did see that this is our Doombolt guy gives you access to, like, Dreadquake Mortar, so I was like, alright, gotta get some of that. Because, I mean, what's the one complaint everybody has about Nurgle? Takes a long time to walk. You know, that's a thing people know. It takes a long time to walk. The Orc Biggins are anti-large? They're anti-large, that's right. And there's so many of them. But we get him to Vindictive Glare the wrong side. He's got like 1 billion units of Biggins. We're just gonna pop into him anyway, right? Look, they don't have charge defense, so if we just bash them... in and out. It worked! Actually cycle charging properly. Stranger things have never happened. Alright, so this flank is very, very messed up. Here, we just need to get the powder on that wall. Here, he should be able to shoot somebody. I don't know what he's even doing. We're gonna drop this here. No, we'll drop this here. Seems better. It's probably gonna hit our own troops, but you know, it'll hit theirs as well. Boom! Yeah, you know, it hit ours, but it hit theirs worse. We have charged in our troops into a bunch of anti-large guys, and then left them. This is commonly referred to as a terrible move. But it'll probably be okay. Probably. The blunderbusses need to be slightly further forward again. The Wa is active in the deep. But this guy now is going to pop Locust. I just remembered it. And it's going to do a huge amount of damage. Like, this thing is a really good ability. Crumbles their whole position. And of course, it's not really enough that we win this fight. We need to win it without getting too beat up. Which we're sort of doing right now. We haven't lost too much. If you don't lose models on your big things, if you just get beat up, you know, and you lose like a couple models, you're alright. The HP damage only matters independent of model loss for single entities. But their archers are shooting into my blunderbusses, but we're gonna one up and then get into range, and when we do, oh, when we do, boom, baby, ha ha ha, that's how it goes. Like, we're just gonna wait. Nope, everybody's already healed up. Yep, everybody's already healed up. And it even makes thematic sense, because we just got the Chaos Dwarf dude to join us up as, like, the first dude, and then, you know, we hooked up with Satan. I mean, he's our vassal, which is excellent. It's so excellent. We needed, we were supposed to loot? Yeah, when we loot the settlements, that's what Ezar wants, so we're just gonna do that anyway. Demon Spew, get unlocked. Most excellent indeed. You say on the right side, if I really do lose most all of your army, is practically made to be a hero ball. Yeah, I was just noticing that, because like the early on, I was like, man, this is stressful and makes me feel bad. And now I'm like, you know what? Actually, I think we might be okay. Especially once you get, like, things going, like, when we get that Toad Dragon, and then we get, like, Fleshy Abundance on the Nurgle-caster, like, it's about to... Once it turns on, it's going to turn on pretty extremely. And right now, we get our region. Boom, baby. And we're going to get, you know, terror for the cavalry and stuff, and for himself, which is just very excellent. It's very excellent for cavalry to have that. We're going to take the Rancid and Evasion, because we need to get up to Fleshy Abundance post-haste. So if he goes to the Molten Cores, he loses the poison attacks. That's okay, because Nurgle poisons everything. And the Sundered armor is, I think, you know, better in general. And we can throw this talisman on for, yeah, even more ammo, even more missile resist seems just generically good. Potion of Farsight, yeah, a little bit of range, a little bit of... No, wait, that was in the talisman slot. That's why we couldn't wear the branch there. Silliness. Alright. Now that I've paid attention just a little bit, we'll continue on. And we can get an Infernal Guard Fireglaves, which... Oh, man. I want them. But we gotta get them to aligned fealties. So we're doing what we need to do. We're doing exactly what we need to do to make this happen. And even though the beginning of this run was so scuffed, everything's coming together now. Oh man, the beginning was scuffed. I chased this freaking Norska guy all the way around this mountain. And then finally got to fight him. But like, we wasted like 6 turns chasing him and doing nothing except chasing him. But we finally got really good replenishment going on. And, yeah. Orange Frog, you say 10-hour stream again? No, absolutely not. I do have to go somewhere. But I didn't want to go anywhere when I started. Say very quick mornings are a bit risky, especially when you don't have a train. Yeah, I did know that, but, you know. Hey-yo! Of course I wish to intercept the forces moving nearby. Alright, now there is a Doomdiver catapult, and as we know, they are a big problem. However, as we also know, I right now have 9,300 hit points and access to, you know, fecundity, so we'll just run him in the front, and then we'll fight Grimgor, who does have anti-large? Oh, from Gitsnick. Okay, I'm like, Grimgor doesn't have that default. But, you know, he's got all of his exploderators and stuff. But it's Black Orc, bunches of Orc boys with, you know, 49 weapon strength because Brutal Business is on. But, you know, we'll just deal with it. It's not ideal to be fighting Orc boys with Brutal Business on. None of this is ideal. But we're going to get it done. We don't have to intercept him, but it is so important to intercept him here. Does minimal damage to single entities. Yep. Yep, you just run Tamurkhan and the crew up, you know. Kazakh and Tamurkhan, and then the explosions rain around them. And the good thing is here, too, you know, they're not going to be able to flank around us because we have such a vigorous and stylish front line that they're just, like, not even going to be able to get around it. We're just going to be able to block off the whole thing. Which means we're also going to have a little bit of micro to try to make this work properly. Because, you know, the Doomdiver comes in, but what's it going to do, you know? It's going to take care of the barrier. It's going to do what? Like, what am I going to take? 8,000 hit points? It doesn't matter. I've got 9. Tamurkhan's unbreakable, so... Tamurkhan's also got 20 fizz resist and 30 missile resist, so... I encourage all these guys to just come and get some. And we'll try to collapse this flank. Yeah, the Black Orcs are over here, so this is where the Plague Ogres want to be. We're just going to charge our large troops in here now. They've got the region, after all. Nurgle's Favored Son, activated. Blight Swarm. No, not going down yet. We're just going to fight Grimgor. We're gonna go punch Grimgor in the face. We're gonna get on top of this Doomdiver catapult. and say we don't even care about Grimgor. The disrespect. Boom, baby. So if we just get this army ability to chunk the Black Orcs and this stuff, and... Yep, that's exactly what we needed. A huge amount. Well, no, it didn't actually hit the Black Orcs at all. Fun. Well, you know. We need somebody on them. Locust going off. We're gonna Rancid. Grimgor. It's just gonna be a big ol' hit there on Grimgor. Like, you know, the Rot Knights don't like this fight, but it's fine. It's fine. Goss doesn't like this fight because he's fighting a freaking Goblin Big Boss who's just assassinating him, but it's gonna be fine. The wall is active. We're gonna get our shooters shooting onto... Grimgor, if possible. Tamurkhan's gonna waddle on over there. And of course, they're not gonna be able to retreat. They're gonna get utterly wiped out from this, and we're still gonna recover because we are inside of our new little base that we got last turn. So we're gonna get plenty of replenishment, and we're going to really, really put Grimgor on the back foot. This is almost as good as it could have gone now that we're at this point in the game. Stream of Corruption, just throw this here. Hits the Squig Herd, not bad. Of course, the Plague Toads are really good at killing Squig Herds. They are excellent at killing Squig Herds, because Squig Herds want small targets and Plague Toads want small targets. And, you know, they serve a similar function, but of course one is better at dealing with it than others, and, well... Speaking of better at dealing with it... Locus of Contagion! And then we're just going to throw this on our caster, who's somewhat low in HP. And it'll get him, you know, some, and it'll get the other people some. And Tamurkhan, of course, has regen now, so he gets, you know, 9 hit points a second, which isn't nothing. He should be at a good enough point now to where he'll just get back up. And it won't be too long. Hey, 2000. Grimgor sitting and waiting. Yeah, you know. Oh, he's over here. He's getting beat on. Let's turn Tammy back over here. Look, we're not going to just let him walk away. When you get the chance to beat Grimgor Ironhide in a fair fight, or an unfair fight, you take it. Because if we play our cards right, we should be able to pop this whole faction before he even gets to throw a wah at somebody. And that will be delightful. Because... while managing a lot of vassals can be tricky, if you just have, like, one, you can basically run with that and they'll never get mad at you. You just don't try to make them fight anyone they love, but I don't think the Chaos Dwarves love anybody. We're not going to fight the Servants of the Conclave or whatever, so I think we'll be okay. Grimgor is, of course, a total pain to actually kill, because he's got, you know, 1,000,000 armor. You know, 25% ward save, 5 fizz resist. You know, he's a pretty chunky guy. And we are just surrounding him and beating on him. You know, you never want to let the enemy lord go. You never do. Even though we know that he would be able to flee, it's about sending a message. This orc trying to run away, and it barely finally works. And then there in the far distance, I guess the Castellans are chasing orc boys, which hadn't got off the battlefield yet. Amazing! Grimgor Ironhide gets absolutely wrecked. I'm sure you might be looking at my HP amounts and thinking, did you do so good? Look, Bloody Business is activated, so his army is dramatically better than it would have been. All those orc boys doing twice as much damage. But it went very well. Because if there was a wall, you know, we'd be having real trouble. Okay, so they are arguing with each other, so we can get fealty with one of them, both of them, or neither. But I think we're going to take the Doombolt fealty. Guardrakers are about equivalent to Dwarf Warriors in melee. I think they have much less hit points in the unit. I would need to look, but I believe that's probably the case. They probably have a couple thousand less hit points. But that's usually how it goes, even if they have equivalent stats and like decent melee combatants on those, like Quarrelers or whatever. When you look, it's like, oh, they only have, 6,400 hit points or whatever, as opposed to, 80, 800, 9,200, 10-4, whatever you get. But, it might work out. But, all right, so... Well, Doombolt would be easier to get more of, but yeah. Let's side with both of them. And Grimgor just gives a bit of armor and AP. It's fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. And we get a Palanquin. And here we go to ambush. Now, they do have a Wa army, so I guess we popped Grimgor right in time. But we're just gonna move right in here. The Mountain Eaters. But they do have the shotgun expression. Yeah. If iron breakers count as gunpowder and black powder only, then But yeah, you could do it. There's definitely armies that can make it work where you just eliminate all of your foes before they show up. Slow them down, beat them up. Have a Thane in the front. I guess if you were doing only that, you wouldn't do that. But yeah, if you just had like 2 Thanes in the front, they take that trait that gives them, fire resistance or whatnot. We take Heroic Killing Blow, because that's, really good. It gives us a huge amount of damage spike. There's a lot of choices there. Alright, and we get our fleshy blight boil. It's like an explosion. Yeah, well, like we're never going to use that. We take that and take this. So now we've got anti-large ammunition here. Which, with 15 bonus versus large on it, yeah, it's pretty sick. Two to four slayers to cover the flanks. Yep. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing too, because if you just have like a couple slayers on the wings, then you can do a lot. But there's so many factions who have a you know, sort of skirmish way to punish that kind of play. Oh, I'm in the wrong lands. Oh, mine's all the way over there. Well, that's alright. We don't need the replenishment here, so we'll be okay. Yeah, so we just need to get more dominances. You win it by winning battles? Alright, well, then we're just going to try to go win battles, but yeah. So our next guy that we get is probably going to be... the, this Femir caster, because... Because I just think that whatever he gives me, it'll either be fire or metal, probably. And then that'll be a better lore for damage than the Plague Ridden Myrtle here. Alright, so on the Palanquin, what happens? We get more armor and AP, but then we're a large unit. It is the HP, but, like, I think it's just smarter to not be the big target. We're going to become a flyer soon enough. And if we get lucky, then they'll just walk right into an ambush here. Astragath Ironhand, eh? Well, it looks like some more Chaos Dwarfs have arrived at the party. Grimgor wants a peace treaty? Aww. No. Oh, and they just were in march stance and walked into the ambush. Which is going to be pretty good for us. Worrying about the Chaos Warrior, the Exalted Hero one. He gets into fights and wounds or other boys more often than what we deal. Oh, so like they start squabbling with each other. That's funny. That also makes sense, right? You get a bunch of Chaos heroes together. All right, so we'll have Tammy at the front here to fight, and then these guys at the rear, because they're going to want to charge into the chariots. Yeah, and then we'll have the toads here for that. You gotta love a good ambush. Pretty funny stuff. Just absolute devastation. They never had a shot. Locus of Contagion going down. It's going to do so much damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Stream of Corruption, straight down the line. This is what it's all about right here. Boom, baby. That's a lot of damage. Throwing the heat down, dropping the base right on this central area. Boom! Force the Forsaken got hit a little bit. Oh, are they having a wah now? They might be having a little wah, but they were not going to get out of this one alive. You know, after a sort of uneventful start where I thought it was inauspicious with that Norska thing, this campaign's really looking up. Because I think this is going to be the level where we're going to level up enough to get the Toad Dragon. And I'm pretty excited about that. But we need to finish this up. Oh, wowza, what is trucking on him? My boy getting beat up. But are these blessings going to get up enough to where we can heal the guy? I mean, probably, right? Yeah, probably. I guess you debilitate them and poison them, and that's how he gets his blessings. All the Chaos Gods have, like, their one thing, right? That helps you get their powers online. But it looks like... Get that poor Wisdom armor. Yeah, I know, right? Running around with 30 armor. I mean, he's got 20 missile resist. He's about to get a Rotfly mount, though. Which I will probably use very poorly. I'm like, didn't I just get Fleshy? Yeah, I did. But we don't want to use the wins on that. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Once we research just a couple more things, we get a couple of healing items is what the quest is gonna get us. So like a potion of healing and such. So pretty good. I kind of love, too, like... Oh, yeah. We're not walking on foot anymore. Who's a big old fast Toad Dragon boy? It's me. 12,000 HP. Oh, he loses the bonus first large when he gets the Toad Dragon, but I have 20 bonus first large for beating Kolek. Sick. Well, we're going to take that so we get our little ability. Oh, wait, no. We're going to take this for lower upkeep. That's even better. We got a Cultist of Nurgle? Okay. Must have been a quest. I think we're probably just gonna get rid of him because, you know, we don't need him. Alright, so Astragath. And we can just give him a ton of money and Blizzard Peak. And then get a military alliance. Seems fine. Yes. And of course, the Dawizar are absolutely the kind of guys who are happy to make deals with Chaos Dwarves, with Chaos Lords and stuff. And see, like, from the point of view even of, like, you know, of these fools over here, do they even care that we have that deal? No. But, like, you know, they're just like, hey, we're your vassal, we're gonna give you some money. But they probably see this as an opportunity to not have me attack them and to just pay a little bribe, right? Of course, Village is being a menace to our vassal, but hey, what are you going to do? We thought we were doing the right thing by attacking him there. It looks like we weren't able to close the gap entirely. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Astragath is now our ally. He probably won't break it immediately, and we can just, you know, work with it. We take Gorger Rock. We're gonna auto this. I mean, probably. What's the worst that can happen? Nah, it's not so bad. We're going to loot and occupy because we have... Alright, we get to the Helm of Dreska. Alright, so they can die if you use it, but you have a 2% chance to get a powerful trait. The Gambler's Armor. Well, let's get some gambling going on then. Alright, so if we give this guy the Helm of Dreska, he'll just die, because he's not an actual immortal guy. We'll give it to Kazakh. What's the worst that could happen? Don't answer that. I don't want to know. Astragath doesn't have too much of a thing you say, but Zatan hates it when you do any diplomacy with non-chaos factions. That does sound like him, you know, very, very suspicious. Speed for the whole army, not bad. And we're going to take this ability because it's going to give us something on the Toad Dragons eventually. No, we're going to put it on here because we've already got those in our army. And that's better. And we'll just save it up so that we can get some fire glaives with the next one. Because, you know, with an army like Nurgle, if you get some AP shooting, like, you can have a front line that ain't gonna crack. And I look forward to visiting that upon our enemies. Outpost available, yes. So if we go to Uzkalak, like, where do you even build an outpost? Ah, that's where you do it. Yeah, and we're doing great. We are moving ahead wonderfully. In just another couple of fights, we should be able to... The Masters of Innovation, well, I guess we'll fight against them. What's the worst that could happen? They probably won't even be able to get over here. So when we get the cyclical building through its full life cycle, then we will get the fused armor, which gives perfect vigor, and we will probably put on the guy with a flying mount. Probably. Like, I don't even think that applies to the other one now that I'm reading it. Why wouldn't I read it earlier? Good question. Glad you asked it. Very useful. Bam, there we go. Fealty increased. Is our Doombolt. Alright, so he's got aligned. So now he gets that ability. And we've got that. So to unlock the next guy, we just need one more dominance thing. So we don't want to get these units because that unit will stop us from getting the next guy unlocked. Which I think we're going to go with this wizard here. We don't really need his units, but I think he's going to be a good addition to the army. Again, I don't know what lores of magic he has, but it's going to be something that's good. It's going to be fire or death or metal, probably. Maybe even shadow. All of those are fine, because I just need the Nurgle caster for healing, really, and then I'm not very good. I should probably be using more stuff, but, you know... Ideally, we won't need the Nurgle healing at all, and we'll just be able to mainly spend it on, you know, the damage. Alright, and then we'll trade him Gorger Rock, and he will give me money. And we'll just confirm real quick that if Zatan doesn't get annoyed about these gifts, they don't. Alright, so Zatan is totally agnostic about gifts given to Astragoth, which means I'm pretty sure that neither one of them is ever going to betray us. I don't know. I don't know how they behave, but I think we can get away with thinking neither one of them will betray us. Unless there's a very specific context. And that is awesome, you know, our future is assured. I guess what we have to do is... Oh, wow, we needed to destroy the Ardboys anyway. Yeah, we're just going to go right forward to Goldtooth to pop him, and then, yeah, we're just going to keep on doing what we're doing. It's fun when your idea lines up with the victory conditions of your campaign, right? Malachi has to go through Arthbald to reach me. Oh, yeah, you know, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, good luck, buddy. Arbel, what a raid boss. What an absolute terror. Like, his faction on the campaign map, and then, like, when you have to fight him in a battle, like, I can't imagine being an AI fighting against him. It's hard enough as a person with an artificial brain trying to deal with them. But, I mean, man, he really gets the work done, you know? Oh, we're already building the outpost there. Okay. But pretty soon, we're going to have access to, like, I don't know, like, did it say I could get, like, a Taurus? That would be pretty sweet for the army. But it's like, I think yesterday you said, like, but to play that one, you'd have to play a Nurgle campaign that wasn't Tamurkhan. This is just a sweet campaign. Like, I love unique mechanics, right? Like, who doesn't? We're going to auto-resolve this? Yeah, there's no point in chasing him down. I mean, who doesn't love unique mechanics? And we're going to offer him up as tribute. Why not? And just the ability to, you know, sort of sculpt how your run's going to go, you know, the first hero you choose besides Kha'Zix, which you get pretty early, that's going to really determine, you know, where you go, how you feel about it. Alright, so we teleport to the Gates of Nuln Battle, and then we will get the Black Cleaver. We're probably going to want to do that. Oh, in 7 Dominance? Yeah, we're probably going to want to do that, like, really soon, huh? But right now, we do have the 7 Dominance in general, which means... Alright, I was like, 15,000. I was like, okay, it's 6 settlements. That'll take a while, and they're not close. So we're going to be able to unlock a new dude, right? Right. Ketzak Fimdirak. Though the Fimir were long since abandoned by the malevolent gods of chaos, the mysterious power of their Balefian sorcerers are still frequently used in the service of the ruinous powers. Among these dark magic users... Do I get dark magic? Sick. There are few more dedicated to the cause than Ketzak Fimdirak, a Balefiend of rare skill and intelligence. He is prophesied by the Mjarg to restore greatness to the Fimir clans. Thus, a glorious design calls him forth on a quest of great importance, understanding the deepest arcane law of the word and wreak havoc in the name of his long overlooked race. Shadow. Awesome. Look, I love a Shadowcaster. Ooh, and it gives regeneration, including res from the dead regeneration for Fimir and Skin Wolves, and just normal regen for Chaos Frosted Dragon Ogre Shadow. Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's real good. We're going to get a Pendulum Caster here. And then pretty soon we'll have a Pit of Shades. You know, nothing like a Pit of Shades on a big old clumped up group of chumps. Alright, there we go. Sigil of Madness gives cheaper overcast spells. Nice. Yeah. You know, he's not the craziest caster, but Shadow Magic will... Oh, and Greater Arcane Conduit? Okay, I take it back. And then we've got these things, which are his things, not for everybody, but, you know, it's still pretty good. Oh, and then he gets a bound... He gets a bound Pendulum, a lower cooldown on Pendulum, and a reduction on Pendulum. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to complain about this. And, of course, Fimir Balefiends are AP fighters. They're not slouches. They are very, very strong wizards. He's got magic attacks, armor sundering. You know, he's they aren't pushovers by any estimation. They do terror. You know, they're very, very good. All right, do we get rid of the Nurglings? I think they're the thing doing the least for us here in this army, right? Marauders have shields. We want the Forsaken, because Forsaken are good. They're fast, you know, they got the high weapon skill, yeah. say goodbye to my little friends. Say hello to my feminine friend. And what we want to do now is just continue to move over here. We're going to move here and go to ambush, hoping that this will work out. Because he's not at war with Grimgor, but that doesn't mean that he won't do a good work for us, right? And we don't need to give away all of our places. I just think we will because it's, you know, more fun to not defend. So it's like, Zatan will be our vassal, and we'll just let him do whatever, and he'll probably take care of himself. We might actually need to go over there and deal with something, though. We're going to come down here and kill Greasus, and then we might go and mop up Cathay or something. And then what? Take the sea lane? I don't know. We'll work on it. So we research technologies or defeat elves. So, you know, Ketzak, we needed to get him early, because researching tech is going to take some time. And the elves will mostly be far away, but you know, we'll work on it. He's not gonna like us as much as these other ones are. We should probably sell this one too, or rather give it to Zatan, so... Now, does he get mad for me giving the other guy stuff? No. Alright, they are both very, very uncaring about either of the gifts that you give the other, which is perfect. That's just as good as it can get, right? Emmerich starts below the Castros and Immortal Empires. Ah, well, looks like we're going down to the Darklands. Yeah, we're just going to mop this up, and then we can move right on down there. Good stuff. Alright, so... yeah, we're just waiting for those outposts to get done. Because if we start getting just, like, another couple chunks of Chaos Dwarves, because that dude's, like, anti-large ammunition and the other stuff it gives, like, that works for not just the ones that we get through that, but, like, for the other things that'll work there, too. Yeah, over there by Pig Barter, kinda. Grimgor's back. And we'll just give him a little bit of cash to join this fight against Grimgor. And that'll help out considerably. So now, you know, Astragath, rather than running somewhere, will be running right here. He was probably trying to go fight Village. No, he's not at war with Village. That's just Zatan. And, you know, Zatan might actually end up getting crushed because of me declaring war on Village. But I think Village might have more trouble than just us. We can make peace. Make him pay us. And then Zatan won't have any enemies besides ours? Yeah. Yeah, it seems fine. Seems fine. After all, it wasn't benefiting us any, and we can just go to war with him later. Fix those up, and then we should be able to sell them for more. Ah, Greasus, we found him. Looks like he confederated this minor orc faction here. Of course, now we're here at the gates of Zarnagrund. Can I sneak them? Can I... Okay, if I try to give them Black Flag, they get really mad. But we might be able to get them to become our vassal with some careful bribes anyway. They would rather become our vassal than let us walk through their land. Grimgor's only got one place left. Do you want to work for me, Grimgor? No, we need to eliminate him from the land. It doesn't even matter if he wants to work for us. And now he's going to have Corrupted Flesh, which is going to give him 20% ward save as long as he's got high HP, which is really funny. A lot of people, you know, they get their ward save when they're low, and him, it's like, no, just keep him strong and you'll be okay. Alright. Fulfilling my dream of basically only ever playing as a Horde faction. Basically, I'll be there once I'm done killing Greasus. Excellent. Yeah, the Ogres, you know, they can be an annoying faction to fight against. I think it's going to be okay for us. I think we'll be just fine. I think we've got the tools we need. In between Rot Knights with Kazakh, who's such a beast, and then, you know, like, of course, 12k HP on old Bibulus. Like, I know if I walk on his land, he's gonna get so mad. Yeah, this will be fine. So we'll just walk here. Grimgor will either go around or he won't, and either way we'll be able to pop him. And there we go. Our military alliance has been upgraded to a vassal. Marvelous. Of course, they barely pay us any money, but the important thing is they work for us now. Good stuff. This is just about as promising a beginning as I can even imagine. Like, it's really good. First of all, we don't even need our home territory at all. We don't need it. We don't need to recruit ever again, probably. All we need to do is not lose our army, and we're fine. Alright, so he can get a trait for action success or for Nurgle Corruption. Let's take the Nurgle Corruption. Alright, yeah, and then we just loot and occupy here. Always loot and occupy. And Grimgor's Ard boys are gone, and now we've got Bilious Thunderguff, that's his real name. He's a Chaos Giant. He's got 14,000 hit points, you know, he's a Chaos Giant. We might even use him. Barons of the Bog are so good. It's like, I'm neglecting getting the RORs in case we lose some of these units, but then I'm going to use them long enough and get attached. No, we don't need the Marauder unit. We've got enough of a front line without them. And Festering Stooges would be better anyway. These are Exalted Plague Bearers. They're good. We're just going to take... Yeah, we'll take Old Bilius. He's like, you know, whatever. Let's just take all the RORs and party. You know, if we're going to be taking Plague Toads, let's take the ROR Plague Toads. We're not going to lose another battle, right? We're not going to lose another battle or another unit in this whole campaign. Why deal with Nurgle recruitment when you don't have to? Exactly. Exactly. Could not have possibly said it better myself. How does it work? Nobody knows. Nobody knows, but it's provocative. It gets the people going. All right. And maybe eventually we'll make this guy the vassal as well. All right, so all we got to do now is go fight Greasus. Because, you know, Cobalt Iron Pick. Oh, what a good name. Oh, I'm so jealous of that guy's name. That's what I would name a dwarf. But we need to get this guy because he wants us to fight ogres and stuff. Or Chaos Dwarves, which I don't want to fight. Give me money? Yes, money! Imminent rebellion? Where? At home? No. Right here where I don't care, that's fine. We will punch him in the face. Because it's like, I just feel so safe. I don't think that Archaon's going to declare on us, and I don't think Arbael is either. So, like, we've got Chaos Dwarfs to the right and Chaos Dwarfs to the south, who both love us, who are both broing out so hard. Do the quest bio, no one get the filter, recruit the guy. It goes, that's why you're the idea guy. And I'm just the one with the human hands here. Yes, exactly. And get the Black Cleaver. And then we can give Death Singer to somebody else. Because actually... Yeah, because he's already got regen now. So the Frenzy's less advantageous. I mean, we'll still wear it into the battle. I would love to get the trait, but, you know, we don't have the other sword. And, of course, we just need this to happen and not kill him, because it would actually really stink to lose him for 10 turns. You know, do what you gotta do, but... But I would love to get the trait. I think it's like a ward save, so, we're just gonna build up our outposts in our friendly capitals. I don't know if it's very important to do it, but it feels nice. And I guess we can go do that quest battle like right now. I am gonna take a short break, grab a drink. We'll probably do that battle and then just a little bit more, but oh man, no. Ah man, it's 12:30. Hmm. Yeah. Short break, get a drink, do a quest battle, maybe another one. Probably play for another 45 minutes or so, but anyway, I will be right back. Alright. Back again. So, quest battle. Alright, it says we're gonna have a close defeat. I don't believe them. Do we have Strider on him? No. Do we want Strider on somebody else? I think Strider on these Rot Knights is more important. Alright, so what do we got? We got a steam tank with a volley gun. We got it's just a whole lot of trouble. Just a whole lot of trouble. We got rocket artillery. We got a huge amount of outriders. I mean, this is bad. We're gonna try to make it work. I have no idea what this quest battle is like. I haven't played this campaign before, so it says reinforcements expected. Let's see what it means. Mighty host of Nurgle, Nolan awaits us. Once the wriggling worms this side of the river are all dead, we'll march on their precious little city. It's like, so beat them up, then choose the left bridge or the right bridge. Are they going to blow up one of these bridges on me? Yeah, this is, we'll see how this goes. Oh no, I said start battle. I was thinking they were gonna let me roll the magic. I thought they let you roll the magic. Anyway. We're just gonna charge in with old Bubalos here. Alright, so... Yeah, we're just playing like a champion here. We're like, oh, did you want me to charge my army in? I'm just gonna confuse you really heavily now. Should have given him Strider. No, them having Strider is better. It's much better, and I'll prove it right now with this charge. Yeah, I am totally content to have my army wait here while we beat up on these guys in the forest. That don't bother me none. Kill the Artie and get me some friends. Yeah, but it's like all the way back there. And if we just charge it... Oh, man, that's a lot of damage. Just a shatter. Just a shatter out of that charge. And of course, they do terror as well. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my absolute stars. The carnage. The humanity. Those Rot Knights... Oh, it's an 88 charge bonus. Okay, yeah, like when they flank and the... Oh, man. They were just putting on the absolute most work. It's like they just charged into a spearman who's supposed to be able to do something, but that's right, Kazakh removes expert charge defense. Oh man, maybe I need to not have that Helm of Drask on him. That would actually really, really sting if we lost him from the army for 10 turns. I mean, we'd get over it. Look, you gotta... No, I misspoke. Maybe we don't have to get that off of him. After all, what kind of Chaos Champion shrinks from danger? Like, oh, you might get hurt? Well, what if you don't? Because, like, I guess you could kill the Artie if you, like, had, like, flying units. But I don't. Alright, Bilius is getting trucked. We just need to get him to this other side. There's too much missile fire over there to take advantage of him. Oh. He just let out a mighty stenchful, gaseous emission. It didn't work. It didn't hit anyone that we wanted it to hit. Man, the prospect of expert charge defense just not existing on my opponents is very, very humorous to me. We need these guys on the handgunners, since they are quite good at hurting a guy once you're there. But yeah, just brutal. Just brutal stuff. And the Empire Knights want to brawl. They got, like, great swords and stuff there. Like, how's that going to help them? It's not. But now the rocket artillery is coming in. We're not going to go across that bridge with these guys, you know. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait back here. I guess they do, so, like, rather than breaking, they basically shatter. I guess the artillery detachment is very lightly defended, right? It's just like a couple things, but if you had like some Furies or whatever, might be easier. But we're gonna get them because I wanna see what it looks like, you know. Oh, I could have done this. I could have just dropped the base on them with this army ability. Right as the riders come in, boom! Yeah, that's good stuff. You know, it wouldn't have made him flee, but it did get some work done. Oh, it looks like we're stuck on the greatswords. Oh, you know, let's get on this master engineer. I bet he's not even that good at engineering. Yikes. Alright, take in some rocket artillery fire back there. Let's get away from the bridge. Like, I bet these running riders can beat the halberds and everybody else at one time, but Nurgle's favorite son popped. This master engineer is not even like a melee fighter. I don't know what he's doing here. I don't know what I'm doing here. We're winning. We're defeating the foe. We're meeting expectations. We're getting shot by outriders. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Festering Stooges now back in the tree. We now got the war wagons there. Okay, now we're in better shape. We're gonna move up and shoot the war wagons. We're gonna move up and shoot the war wagons. Festering Stooges have like a precursor missile weapon. We're gonna throw them all at these guys now. When these dwarf blunderbusses get in range of the war wagons, it's just gonna pop them. Watch as they shoot. War wagons are like, they're wagons with handgunners in the back. They're awesome units, but oh man, the carnage. Just absolutely chunking them. Oh, that's right. I have a caster. This is such a mess. You know, it's fine. It's working. And we sent exactly one unit over here to rout the artillery, so that's going well. Balefiend putting the hurt down. Oh, that's right, there's a freaking tank over here. What are we going to do about that? Send in the troops. No, we got the blunderbusses. They'll be able to do it. And the Famir, oh yeah. Ain't got nothing on me. Tank going down. Hit him. Hit him again. Hit him a third time. Alright, get on this side of him so our guys can shoot. I never knew the Chaos Dwarves to be so precious about the friendly fire, but they definitely are. Alright, there we go. Now we're good. And after all of that, the Rot Knights just sitting there, unsupported. They're finally going to... Do we rancid this guy? Ah, no, it's unnecessary. Ah, we do it anyway. Bam! These Rot Knights getting beat up, but not like badly beat up. Tamurkhan getting beat up by fighting the whole thing by himself, but not badly beat up. Reinforcements have arrived. Oh, it's like a big old Beastman army, like a lot of units, including Minos. Well, you know, just in time too, right? But yeah, I mean, if you didn't have, like, Flyers and Furies... Oh, their main group is coming out. Okay, well, it's great that we got this done, then. Good deal. We're gonna retreat away. Are we expecting Elspeth to show up? Oh, no, it's just a wizard. I mean, we might be expecting Elspeth to show up. Oh, geez, we're getting... They rallied over here. That's about a nightmare. And these Forsaken are going into freaking dimmies. Oh, man. You know, I was not thinking there's going to be another thing. All right, at least it's not Elspeth. It's General of the Empire, the one we saw on the walls in the cutscene. Ah, man. Well, you know, it'll be fine. I mean, it's gonna be okay. We're just gonna stick the dudes in the back there. Beastman showing up. We need to get these guys on the halberds. I mean, probably. We're going to get him on the dimmies. These are regular dimmies, so... Alright. Time for a brawl. Let's go. Nurgle's favorite son. And now we've got... Oh yeah, Huckland long rifles in the backfield. So we're about to get absolutely wrecked if we don't get on top of them. Using Fecundity on just one guy, because he's the only one that was around. Chaos Dwarf out of ammo. The important thing is that now we're on the lock rifles, so the damage they were doing, you know, you don't need a lot of cavalry to deal with your foes, just some. Dimmy's fighting Kazakh, who's happy to beat up on him. This dude fighting Tamurkhan, who is happy to be a menace. Oh, I'm so much stronger than they are. Everybody's so proud of me. Throw a fleshy on Tamurkhan and watch his HP go from 6k up to his healing cap. Yeah. It would probably do, you know, it's 244 hit points a second for like 20 seconds. It does about half of your bar. Say a small little fact about Tamurkhan. While his goal is and always has been Nolan, the city next to him, he never noticed. That is pretty funny. He's like, I'm gonna attack this. He saw the sign that said Nolan 7 miles that way, and he said, Nolan! Well, a solid little battle. Tons of experience, tons of money. We get the Angels of Decay. We get the Rotfly for Ghosts. We get the Black Cleaver. We get 7 Dominance. Everything is coming up Millhouse. And this guy wants to fight ogres, so good. Good. And also, he'll give me, like, a mammoth eventually, which, as you probably might imagine, I think mammoths are pretty cool. Alright, so it'd give us stalk during ambushes. I mean, that's fine. And better ambush. You don't want stalk on all your army all the time. You don't. It makes the game cease to be fun. But having it every now and then is good. And now we get rid of... Let's see. The Plague Toads are good. Like, we don't want to get rid of mobility in this army. You don't want to get rid of it for a second. Yeah, I mean, just the Marauders. They're the easiest to replace, so... The first to fall. Alright, and then we get Missile Resist here. Contagion here. Alright, and so we want this one for Plague Ogres, and then... Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, we might have enough for everything, but... Yeah, we'll take this one first. Get the old Rot Knights buffed up a bit with that Fizz Res. More speed. Because at 120 speed, these Rot Knights are terrifying. They're very, very strong. And with Strider on them, too, like, it all comes together. This is a strong build, made stronger by, you know, the accidents of it all. Get the balance, Relentless in that. And he, of course, is on a Rotfly now. He doesn't have regen? Yeah, we'll give him Death Singer. That'll be good. And we'll give him the Featherfort Torque. Because, you know, you want that on a flyer. Since it, you know, they're the ones most likely to be dealing with flyers. And now we've got these flyers, which are, you know, like... skirmish cavalry in the air. We definitely want to take them. Do we get rid of the demon for it? I mean, a plague bearer is good. Do we get rid of the beast? The beast in Nurgle is underwhelming in general. Yeah, we'll get rid of the beast for the Rotflies. You know, you reach a point where we're gonna run out of slots in the army. We're gonna have to start playing a different kind of army, but you know, not that that's a bad thing. And this guy actually did run out of ammo, which is crazy. He must shoot so fast. Alright, and what's his tree look like? Alright. Gives armor to everybody. And missile resist at the end. And this one is a huge charge bonus and melee attack. Well, we already kind of got armor, so we'll take the attack. And then Norska stuff, armor and AP damage for the mortal units, charge bonus there, vigor and speed. And then a negative leadership and negative speed penalty to our opponents. Pretty good. And he gets Colossal Strike. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, damage over resistance, I think. Still have 90 speed, so he can just, like, chill with the rest. He's got primary AP and 34 bonus versus infantry. Oh, yeah. This dude. He's called a lord. He's a Skinwolf Werekin. He'll get it done. He's got Vanguard. He's got Frenzy. He's got 20 Fizzres. Scott Strider. Oh, yeah. He's going to get it done. And then it gives... Oh, wow. Oh, dude. Frostbite attacks for all of our non-Nurgle Chieftain units. So, you know, like, the Rot Knights won't have it. But now we have Frostbite on the missiles here. And if we get, like, you know, the other stuff... Oh, wow, that's so good. That's so good. Anyway, we've been talking about how good it is for a while. Let's hit the end turn button. Well, still, it was, you know, this run's really coming together. This run's really coming together. I could definitely see myself playing this one a lot. It's just so strong, and you don't have to care about playing Total War. Some people, like, they'll criticize a faction. They're like, you don't even have to play Total War. You're just, like, running around and getting into battles and having fun. Don't you know you're supposed to be miserable? I'm just playing. Like, everybody has fun in a different way, but, like, I have a lot of fun not having to worry about defending my land. Alrighty. And of course, the more of these that you have, the easier it is to, like, pop in some fealty randomly doing stuff. In Total War, the fun never starts. Right. They're like, but if you don't have to worry about all this stuff and all you do is go in to get into fights anywhere in the world that you want, how do you know if you're miserable or not? I'm like, man, that's a good question. We haven't even seen what we can get from the Allied recruitment either, which I've... Oh, man, this is a... I love a faction that's got access to a bunch of silly stuff. I mean, who doesn't? I guess some people want to live back when you couldn't get, you know, chariots when you're dwarves. Look, until you've gotten Kislev heavy war sleds on a dwarven army, you haven't really lived. We are supposed to level stuff up to level 5. The other Trickster Shard is actually very good as an item now. It used to be meh for the longest time. But now it screws up all of the ward save hexes, so... Reduces by 20% Fizz Rest, Missile Resist, and Damage Resistance, so... If they had 20 of each of those, you would be able to just chunk down things. It's a very, very strong item. They did a pass on most of the items in the game a couple of patches ago, maybe just the last patch. Because I remember there were like a bunch of stuff in the dwarf tree that you could buy with Oath Gold, and it was pretty underwhelming, and then it was just like, oh, by the way, now it's going to be good. I kind of don't know if I should wear this. No, we should. Look, what do we want to be cowardly? No, we've got to try to get power. You know, we've got to seek power. That's the rule. These ogres are in for such a rude awakening. Do ogres even have underway stance? No, they wouldn't, would they? We are about to tune Greasus all the way up. Haverland's been eliminated. Sad. And here we go. We get the Gallows Tree landmark. Marvelous. And more other stuff that, you know, probably we shouldn't build. I don't care. Just dwarfs, orcs, scavenging beastmen, elves, and wood elves. Yep. And then the rare little teleport stance like changeling. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for ogres to get them, I guess. I'm like, it's probably the only thing that keeps Grimgore doing alright over here all the time in the early game. Well, plus the fact that Waz are really good. Alright, so... time to go to war! And we're not going to bother fighting this, because we'll be fighting We'll be fighting some ogres soon enough. And we get the best item in the game. The Talisman of Preservation. It may not be the best item in the game, but it's a really good item. 18% ward save is much better than anything that a person normally shakes a stick at. It's real solid. There we go. That was the thing. The Vile Seed. It gives you regen and 30% on your battle healing cap. Which now we can get. I'm like, all these guys have regen, don't they? Not him. Yeah, now we can get Death Singer off of him and give it to the Famir, which is actually totally fine, right? Because, yeah, he probably already had Frenzy. No, he didn't already have Frenzy. Oh, yeah, then that's excellent. And we'll just give this guy Berserker Sword. He's already pretty Berserker already. Oh, Mournhowl. Going to get it done. So Greasus was actually doing very well. He had 16 settlements. Of course, that nothing's going to help him against us. What's he going to do? Traipse up here to where I live? He's not. And honestly, this is, in my opinion, every bit like here, like giving the Chaos Dwarves this stuff. That's every bit as thematic a campaign for Chaos as you can do. Because, like, what Chaos doesn't want to literally reign over some castle that they got. Not usually. Certainly not over 30 of them. The Champion of Chaos wants to fulfill their objectives. Rip and tear. Sacrifices, to perfection. Drawing little pictures with blue and purple ink. Zinc stuff. You gotta do what you're drawn to do. If Arkan really wanted to rule the world, he wouldn't have invented it. Exactly. They've got their priorities. They just don't align with what people usually recognize as reasonable priorities. So, people tend to judge them based on that. All right, we're going to take this one. Yeah, we want all of our elite units to have their elite abilities. Probably be better just to get Tamurkhan souped up on his mount, but he's already pretty souped, right? He's already pretty souped. Oh, it already gives immune to psychology for, like... What's the point of this guy? Unless you could get him for a maybe you can get as our Doombolt as Chaos Dwarves, I don't know. I'm just saying, if you can't, why would he give ITP to those units when you're in a guy, and the only way you can get him is to be on this faction, and his ability gives everybody ITP. But it's okay. Maybe you can access the Doombolt guy in a different place. And even if you can't, that's still okay. I just don't know why they did it, but it's okay. And we're just doing that because, we need to do more plagues to get that thing going on. And, yeah, we're not all doing great here with what we're doing. But as long as we keep on looting the settlements and doing what we got to do, it won't take too long to build our points up, I guess, because we're just a couple of dominance points away from having one more of the little guys unlocked. The little guys, the heroes. He's only for Tamurkhan. Figure that's for a second army. I guess, yeah. I mean, people can build more than one army in Total War. That's the thing people do. If I ever do that, I usually just stick it with my main army. It's like, here is my army of bats that accompanies my normal vampire army, right? Do you ever do that? I do that all the time. It's just like, here's like 19 bats and a blood dragon vampire lord or whatever, and they can run around and help out Vlad and Isabella. He definitely needs that. We need that. Like, does anybody... Yeah, here we go. He can have the potion of healing, even though he doesn't need it. He can have the potion of healing. And that Vile Seed we'll just hold on to, because everybody's already got regeneration, and the healing cap isn't worth giving up the other stuff for that. We'll just hold on to it until the next hero gets unlocked. Or like, you say you also do that all the time. You don't like fighting battles too often, so you like the overwhelming concentrated force over aggressive expansion. That's fair. Yeah, I think I mentioned, like, before the Beastman rework, that was like my legendary campaign that I won in Total Warhammer 2. And that's how I did it, you know. As soon as you get the second army, you just get a full Ungor army to reinforce. And then, you know, if you have 10 Ungors and 9 Ungor Raiders jumping onto the battlefield that's with you, you know, now you can focus on microing your chariots and your minnows or whatever. And we'll give him a little yachty peek here. We'll just give it to him. We won't take his money for it. After all, their money becomes mine. It's like you can give your vassals 100 places and you'll get like $30 more a month from them. They don't really pay out that much, but that's okay because they don't have to. All we have to do is stay from being upside down and we're just fine. And we meant to look at allied recruitment, I remember now. Maybe we'll get around to that. We're going to take the training point. Say it's hard to auto-resolve ever as scavens. You just have to have really fun armies. Yep, that's the thing too. It's like, if I'm playing a faction and the auto-resolve is awful, man, they better be fun to play. Like, I tried to do a couple Slanesh campaigns and I just could not have a good time with it. It's because you need to be more thoughtful about everything, and you can't just auto-resolve your way to, you know, getting 5 or 6 or 7 legendary. And by the way, like, can I just say, what a fun hero ball this is. What a glorious and pleasant ball of heroes. And an ogre camp. And of course we're actually going to fight it. This is actually almost a real battle. I mean, not really. Greasus must be so annoyed. He looks at me. He sees my big old ogre self on a big old toad dragon and thinks, oh, I bet I could eat that dragon. But he can't. He can't because he's just in his silly little cart. And I'm so big and strong. And this guy and Kazakh are basically as fast as each other, so they can run around and bash things together. Saber Tusks, they're going to meet their maker here. Tamurkhan is getting in there. Oh, yeah, you know, these Ogre Bulls thought they wanted to brawl. The Black Cleaver popped. Everyone around getting absolutely juiced. Because the Black Cleaver buffs everybody. Well, everyone that's around, which is like everybody. And now we're going to drop this immense army ability right on them. Swinging over the top here. Fimir is where? Fimir is... Oh, running around this side. That's pretty bad. Oh, it won't go over the thing, so it'll reverse over the back of it. That's fine. We're just gonna drop a pit of shades on top of the wall. Tamurkhan is such a menace. Oh my goodness. Like, what? Why are they even trying to fight me? And we pop Locust. I always forget about it. It does so much damage. It does a ton of damage. It just melts them. You can overcast Fleshy, but I don't have enough for it. Yeah, we're just, you know, we're just doing our thing. Just having a party. No one's ever going to be able to beat us in a fight again. The Barons in the Bog are running all the way to the inside. We might as well just take this central thing, I guess. Tamurkhan, once you pop just like Heroic Killing Blow, you up to 1.1k, it's like, man... It's a real hard knock life for our foes here. And then we just turn into a werewolf. And start going to town. Like, look at them. Now they're afraid. Oh, now they want to run? A little bit too late for all that. The Rotfly is fighting. They don't have, like, great animations. They might have fixed them or tried to, but, you know. These Ogre Bulls are also not, like, a preferred target for, essentially, a normal wizard. He has AP, but he didn't want to be in this fight. We pulled the Barons in the Bog in. They don't want to be in this fight either, but they do have strong attack values. And, you know, they've got the AP. We'll be able to wear down these fellows before too long. Of course, they're getting, like, buffed from the various skills that you get improvements in. Between my Changeling Malachi and this army by the end, who would I figure would one by one? Oh, probably this one by the end. It's like the combination of Kazakh and like his problems. I don't know. It's tricky. My Malachi army at the end would have been vulnerable to some of the stuff this did, but Gotrek did have like 90% damage reduction. And the Master Runa Spike, you know, whew. The Changeling army would have been weaker than either of them, I think, but maybe not. I mean, it did have H freaking Chosen plus... Oh, yeah, I forgot Unkillable Valkyrie with the Sword of Cain. Yeah, the Changeling army, probably. unless we drag our happy behind somewhere else in this world. I think probably the Valkyrie army. But, of course, this army by the end will have potentially Dreadquakes, Chaos Dwarf, Firepower, you know. We don't have to run around with these Forsaken as the front line anymore. Like, once we... I mean, we might eventually get access to Chosen. Like, we're never going home again. We might be running with these Chaos Warriors forever. We should name them. And there, we get to double dip. We get 2 battles out of it. And we just need to get a little further away from our capital, and we should be able to get Perfect Vigor for Tamurkhan. Which is just such a good ability. Alright, we've got all these special ones now. We've got all these special ones now. We can wait on that one. We don't actually carry any of those with us. We'll just start pumping up his abilities here. Oh, and the Plague Ridden is about to get... We're about to... Okay, so he is... he is a melee fighter. We just didn't take that tree. Good stuff. Pit of Shades again. Deadly Fangs again. And it's time to unlock another guy. And it's time to unlock another guy. Aspiring Champs. Oh, man, I didn't even think about how good they would be in this army. They'd be pretty good, huh? He wants us to raise settlements, and he wants us to purchase chieftain units, so... The change in armor also benefits from having actual mobility. Oh, yeah, for sure. Because, you know, not only was Valkia unkillable with the Sword of Cain, she's Valkia. So she is able to project the unkillable power in ways that this army and the Malachi army simply wouldn't be able to do. And Valkia can shred a Thunder Barge in, probably like, what, 10, 15 seconds with the Sword of Cain and all that setup? But yeah, but Rot Knights are really good. Like, high weapon strength, 32 models in the unit. They could have, like, 16 models in the unit with the stat line they had, and they'd still be bonkers. But I guess with fewer models, it would be even harder to take units off, and the regen would kick in. Anyway, do we want the Chaos guy, or do we want this? I think we'll take the Chaos guy here. And then we'll just save up, get this one, and then we'll go on from there. Some tales are told in bawdy taverns or recounted amid frightened whispers in small towns. Describe Kargan the Crazed as the personification of chaos itself. Gripped by delirium and madness, this distinguished warrior of chaos is exalted by the ruinous powers, drawing the most avid worshippers of blood and carnage to his banner to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. He spirals in a blood frenzy of his own making. Kargan is not without direction. He leads his warband against the forces of order wherever they appear. Pledges himself to any cause that will lead him into the heart of violent slaughter. Hell cannons are nice, it's true. Alright, so we get that. You know, because we're not going to want to raise the things yet. Because by looting them, we're going to be able to get him up to the Dreadquake mortar level, right? Alright, so he is a cavalryman. Does he get a dragon? He gets a dragon. That's marvelous. Alright, so... Standard Eye, Gladiator, Replenishment. I think we'll just give him Gladiator and magical attacks. Yeah. Gets the dragon at 18. They all start at level 7. That makes sense. Being Nurgle and all. And, of course, now we can go ahead and give him regen. He'll be on a dragon with regeneration. Oh, I can't stand it. I can only be so pleased. Oh, this is the virulent boon, so we were supposed to put this on him. Ooh, he's got a mortis. He's got a mortis. And he says, witness me. That's when he's low. All right, so he's got a mortis. That means we need to give him this Deathsinger weapon, and that Famir can just chill, because he is going to want the regeneration and the frenzy and all that. Yeah. So it only works on him if their leadership is lower and if he's in melee, but that's still pretty good. Look, any Mortis effect, any Mortis engine effect is worth pursuing. All right, so what do we do now? We either ditch the Plague Bears or the Plague Toads. The Plague Toads are mobility, but... Yeah, just replace the Plague Toads. And allied recruitment, I could get a blunderbuss, like another one. Or a Great Taurus, which I don't need. Well, there you have it. Looks like we found something we needed. Let's get rid of this Plague Bearer. And recruit us a nice little Hell Cannon. We'll wait here. We'll wait here for a second. Alright, do we want to... we can drop another unit for another Blunderbuss, but if we do... ditch the Chariot? Yeah, we never use the Chariot, and it's to, Bull Centaur renders, though. Oh, man. Well, if we're going to be here for 2 turns... I mean, Bull Centaur renders are real good. I think another Blunderbuss is just fine, though. Because his thing... yeah, it's going to do all the Blunderbusses. Yeah, I think that'll be good. And then we'll have a Hell Cannon... and a big hero core to keep him in the front. Yeah, indeed. I don't need more cavalry. You're right. I mean, with 1 unit of Rot Knights plus Kazakh, like, that's already a sweeper. And then the Werekin, and then Kargan's going to get a dragon before long. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, we don't buff him. Good point. Good point. Whereas the Hell Cannon, well, that's just good sense. We'll have to stay here for a turn or 2, but what are they going to do? Run up with their army? I wish the ogres would. Of course, we'll be down to 18 points before they show up. Hey, they all showed up. We're all going to have to fight now. Well, we'll have to fight with 18 units in the army. I bet it'll be okay. I bet it'll be okay. It'll probably be okay. Okay, so they are arguing with each other a lot. So they're arguing. We can get the dominance thing, but I think we'll just take the Mournhowl fealty over dominance, because dominance will just let us get another guy, and we're going to get that pretty soon anyway. Alright, so there's our perfect vigor armor, which we will throw on this guy. And now we are stuck here. Alright. So we only have 18 units, but it's only against 1, 2, 3 armies. Yeah, so they've got Blood Vultures in the air, a whole lot of them. Pigback Riders, Saber Tusks. They've got Powder Guts, that'll be a worry. Ogre Bull's Iron Fist, dual weapons, yeah. You know, the benefit is that we have a hero core that is between extraordinarily strong and very, very, very strong. So, even with our 18 units, I think we should be okay. They're going to reinforce to the rear here, which means it is good they won't be able to corner camp us. It does mean our Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses might get a little out of place, but we are going to... Okay, Powder Guts are going to be all the way over here, so that's perfect. We're going to want to go over here, and we've got, you know, the Vanguard on the army, which is just what we want. So, Tamurkhan in the center. Cavalry crew. Flyer crew, and then the very, very classy and small contingent of land troops. Forsaken really not that great for it. I would prefer to have, like, Chosen of Nurgle with shields, but, you know, you work with the army that you've chosen to bring into battle. Say it puts the one good range unit on the flank. It's just asking to get rushed down. Exactly. Like, that should be right in here with a little checkerboard area in the middle so that if they try to charge it, you can hit them. And boom, there we go. Here comes the dynamite. Powder Guts getting absolutely mauled. We need to get these guys back a little bit. And then we'll start taking on the Blood Vultures, because if we're in the air and they're in the air, we're going to get shot. Not shot, but hurt. And they're, of course, all showing up, so we are going to just drop the base right here. All the Blood Vultures are just charging in and ignoring our Rotflies in the air. Now they're not ignoring us, but we're going to back up. We're going to keep on backing up. We're going to back all the way up. Blood Vultures going to go right down here. They're going to fall right into our trap. The Infernal Castellan opens up, and oh, the Dawi. The Dawi Czar, oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. Barons of the Bog are not as hardy as the rest of this group. Oh, the carnage. Oh, the brutality. Black Cleaver, pop it. The Festering Stooges are going to open up their holy hand grenades of Antioch upon the Noblar Trappers. Watch as they hit. Boom, baby. Oh, that's a lot of damage. We're going to get stuck in here and then drop this. Boom. Oh, it's so much damage. Barons of the Bog have not lost a unit yet, though, so if we just keep on here, we're good. We're so strong. This army's bonkers. I love it. You know, I was so ambivalent about our strength at the beginning, but now I have chosen a valence. Now I know what I think about our power. It's considerable. Bull Malatans. We'll put that name to the test. Heroic Killing Blow, dropping it like it is hot. The Werekin coming right up behind him. Pop that Death Frenzy. Hit him in the back of the head. Of course, we still have foes coming in on the other side. But it's like Noblar Flingers. Yeah, we don't have any like Iron Guts or anything to worry about. So we're just gonna... go ahead and get back into position for phase 2 of this, because we really put the hurt on there. Alright, so Bull Mallet Hands is not going to be long for this world or any other world. We're going to leave the Werekin on him. He's got to shatter soon. We're gonna magic missile those dudes. It's gonna go great. All of these fools are shattered now. I said all of these fools are shattered now. It's even true? Question mark? Alright, time to brawl. And we throw a big old Toad Dragon Breath on them. And these idiots want to fight the Angels of Decay in melee who, you know, they don't want to fight this type of unit specifically, but they can do it just fine. Black Cleaver popped, even though we don't need it, even though, yeah, we're actually are pretty far from wanting the Black Cleaver to be popped, honestly, due to, like, what we got going on around us. These blunderbusses are doing so good, and honestly, one more unit, like, dude, you haven't lived until you've got some Chaos Dwarf gunpowder in conjunction with the Nurgle army. This is nice. I mean, this is no normal Nurgle army, obviously, but... And moreover, it can't ever be one. We're in too deep here, you know. We've got too much cool stuff. Overcast Fleshy? No, just a regular Fleshy will be fine. We'll get these Barons like 1 billion HP again. Because it ain't over, it's just going real well. Rotflies getting beat up in the air. We're going to be okay. These Blood Vultures are probably the last of them. But it's not perfect. Get the Werekin in there. Okay, now a total collapse of the lines is incoming. Ogre Bulls here against the Barons of the Bog. Not a good fight for them, and not a good fight for us. So, overall, fine. Really wish we could upgrade Chaos Warriors to Chosen like Warriors of Chaos can, but you can't put everything. Can't put everything there. Oh my goodness. They do so much damage. 73 damage. Oh yeah, that's right. They got anti-large also. Anti-large on them. Frostbite weapons. What's better than that? We don't even need to be able to pump them up anymore. The Ephemeral Balefiend managing to not do any magic basically the whole time. Here, do a little pendulum on them. That'll make them feel like you were fighting. And of course, they're all good enough fighters on their own that you don't even need to do magic with them. The only person in this hero crew that's not a good fighter really is Ghosts, and he's not in the hero crew. We just started out with him. Or, I mean, we recruited him on intentionally early, rather. But these guys, you know, they They have taken all of their troops to the walls of this city, and, well, it's not going so well for them, is it? They are on top of my blunderbuss, my blunderbusses, my blunderous buses, but we're just gonna drop a stinky bomb right on these ogre bulls. They are terrified. They have never smelled such a stench, and they never will again, for this is the end of the line for them and everyone they know. Clean. And of course, with the logic of all my guys are regenerating except the Chaos Dwarf, who's not going to have to worry about it, they're all fine. I wish I had that item to give him infinite ammo, because he actually uses a lot of ammo in a fight. I mean, it was a long fight. Man, does he do some work, though. And really, these blunderbusses, like, what's their value? 2,800? Yeah, another one unit of these, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. We don't need more cavalry. We may not even need these Angels of Decay. They're really solid, though. They do really good work in the mobility. But yeah, the next thing to drop, I was thinking, is like, you know, because what do? I mean, they got 1,500 value, but do they fit with the idea of the hero core? Because really, we need more to defend the back line. Because with 2 blunderbusses and a doom cannon, we've now fully transitioned the army into something we want to defend, rather than this one unit of missile infantry. With 2 of them and a hell cannon, you know, we don't want to do anything else. But yes, so much for a Pyrrhic victory indeed. Yeah, the Locusts, they're fine, but yeah, because they're a worry to deal with. Gore flies, but like a hero in the air, they're so much easier to not really lose sight of what's going on with them. And it's easier to preserve them too, you know. And he'll get a dragon. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then we'll really be there. Yeah. Well, we'll take the incubate captives. They're gonna run away. And I think my recruitment just, I don't think it like goes back to where it was is the problem. Oh, it does. Okay, it remembers the one turn already happened. Yeah, so now, yeah, we've got access to the Rotting Riders, which there's no reason not to have in our army, right? So yeah, we got to drop the Locusts to get the Rotting Riders, but we don't need more cavalry. It's just they're so good. You don't want to drop the regular Rot Knights. Barons of the Bog for it? I mean, they're really good, though. But are they as really good as what I want? Decisions. At least we don't need any of these. Now, Aspiring Champions would be wonderful, though. You know, one unit of Aspiring Champions there to anchor the line on the side. It's not like anyone's ever going to knock them off. I was just talking about how I needed some shielded units. And I think we actually, like, the blunderbusses are better for us than the fire glaives are, because we never want them in melee anyway, so the glaives won't matter. The shield is probably better than a little bit there, and they do a ton more damage. The range doesn't matter since we want to, you know, fight in a blob anyway. But yeah, and then we just wait here again. I don't think they're going to come back and want to fight, right? I don't think they will. Something tells me they're not going to want to brawl again. And then next turn, we'll have our blunderbusses, we'll have our hell cannon, and it's going to be about hysterical up in here. Alright, what do we get here? We get damage, because defense doesn't matter. He's only got 38 melee defense, but nobody ever sinks a hit into him anyway. With his innate regeneration and 15 friggin' thousand HP, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Not a thing. Not a thing. We'll start pumping that guy's numbers up. And he'll get greater arcane conduit next turn, which is very nice indeed. Very solid. Just a little bit of a boost there for everybody. Can't hurt nothing. Good stuff. And then old Kurgath, what does he get? So Strider for the Chosens and the Chaos Warriors. Awesome. And Fist Resist and Weapon Strength, which is good. And then Missile Resist, yeah. I mean, generically awesome. And we can recruit these. So the recruitment from your home province you access anywhere? The summoning thing? You know, I can't believe I didn't know that. But that's pretty awesome. Alright, so what we want to do now is... Yeah, we ditch the Forsaken. And we probably ditch the Demon Spew also, because what are they getting us, right? I mean, they're fine. But they're just Forsaken, and we don't need a Shock Troop, right? We'll get... 2 Chosen and Nurgle to anchor the line there. Oh, man. I can't believe I didn't even know how the recruitment worked. That's so funny. Anyway, good news. You don't have to go home to get your Chosen. And now, we've got some guys for the front line. Do we go to Halberd Chosen? No, they're Great Weapon Chosen. Over these warriors? I mean, yeah. I think we just grab them, because it'll take a while to get anybody else who's got a shield. And maybe we could just stick with this right here. I mean, no. I mean, there's no reason to hold on to warriors when we can get Chosen. There's no reason at all. We'll say they turned into the Chosen, and it'll even be true. Look at that. They turned into the Chosen. They have been chosen by the Dark Gods, and very happy we are with their selection. After all, we just had a big old battle against our foes, and it's no surprise that they're very proud of us. And we're going to automatically do this one, because of course we are. A little bit of incubation. So Ketzak and Mornhal are fighting. So here, we take the fealty, because the dominance is just going to come, and we'll get that last guy before too long. And boosting the fealty, I think, is more important in the short and the long term, because we need to unlock their stuff, and that'll help us unlock the fights. So, fealty over dominance. And Mornhal got mad about him, and hit Ketzak. I mean, I guess that happens, right? I guess that's what you're talking about, how they get into fights. So it depends on who you choose to side with that can get hurt. But, you know, we don't need any... Now we're at the point where any one of these heroes going away for a bit will be okay. It said he was wounded for 1 turn. Of course, if he gets wounded, it's for 10 turns. Maybe we should take the helmet off. I don't know why I keep saying that. We're not going to take the helmet off. And he'll be back, like, next turn. Hopefully he'll arrive at my army. If he arrives, like, at home, that's gonna be really annoying. Like, really annoying. But he has reached aligned, which gives us stalking stance, which probably is just like Skaven. And would let us get a mammoth if we wanted. Which, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't think we want. We'll just go to ambush here. Very nice little fancy thing there. Do we want any of these? Do we want faction benefits? All of these are about what happens on the campaign map, so I don't think we care about any of them at all. I mean, some of them might be really good, but I don't think we care about any of them at all. But campaign movement for all armies is good, so we'll go in that direction. Greasus wants peace? Oh, we'll have peace. When I have all your stuff, we'll have peace. When you've been utterly banished from the land, then we'll have peace. Oh, does it... Can you get one of these on all of them? Does all of these guys give me 7% movement speed on the army? I sure hope so. Extra powder, so... Oh, okay. It just makes everybody stronger. And then he gets the restock ability. Awesome. You know, I should have checked. Fueled by Vengeance, real good. And yeah, you know, awesome, awesome stuff. We got our Chosen. It's, you get 16 more melee defense for having the shield, but I guess, you know, you do have great weapons there. Chosen without great weapons would be better, but I didn't have access to that many, so... You know, you gotta take what you can get. The servants of the Conclave don't want to be my vassals yet. It's sad. You know, maybe they'll see the light eventually. I'm like, you know, I could have clicked on this and seen what it gives you. Oh, it gives you a bound spell for a Cygor summon? That's amazing. That's so good. Oh, that's so good. I love a Cygor summon. Anyway, does that guy come back, like, next turn? Probably next turn. This is such a fun campaign. I love objectives that aren't about taking and holding a bunch of territory. If it's just burning stuff down, if it's like going and fighting enemies, you know, all that's great. So we will... He has sent us a special thing to burrow into the ear of whoever chooses to gnaw at their brain. And then they'll like me better. Yeah, we'll send it to the seat of power. Okay, where... Is he just gone? Did we just lose him? Oh, he's wounded for 5 turns. I thought it said 1 turn. Oh, well, then we'll just grab a guy and get on going. Alright, so Amble Peaker the Maw Gate. Well, the Great Hall of Greasus is where? Here? We'll go... We'll go right. Further away from our allies is good, because then they can, you know, feel proud of themselves for doing well. It's just such a perfect campaign. I can't... this is what makes me so happy when I don't look at what's actually in the content before I buy it. Like, this is amazing. I'm so glad. Yeah, not too proud, though. You definitely don't want the Dawizar to get too many ideas. It would be annoying to have to run back around and punch them. Of course, they're pretty stoked on me. They're pretty happy with me. I will be right back. Alright. Okay, I can play for like... I can play longer. Not all day. 45 minutes or so. Just a little bit longer. I can stop anytime I want to. I just don't want to. And we get Uncle for Uncle. A great unclean one. Which, again, would be amazing, but I think we're just gonna, like, not get them for a while, because this army is already kind of stacked. And I think it's just about time to... turn off all of these notifications, and we'll just deal with it sometimes. As our home province is still at level 3, and we're like practically considering ourselves as already having won the game. Booger the Seasoner. What a guy. Alright, Great Hall of Greases. Gut Crusher, Baldig Mountain Eater. He's got 3 giants. He's got Noblar Scrap Launchers. Ogres have artillery? Ogres have artillery that's fast. And then we'll fight Blout, who's got Brag the Gutsman, who is like a legendary hero, I think. Of course, this time we've got freaking Chosen, which, going from Chaos Warriors to Chosen, it's a jump. You know, they get the job done. Alright, so on the ground, besides the artillery, we've got Noblar Trappers and Flingers. Not a worry to what's in the air. 2 of these Scrap Launchers. Boglars of the Mad Marshes. There, yeah, it's not too much that threatens us from far away. And that's good. Just 36 turns and it'll be 10 hours. No. I gotta... If I don't go to the store today, then I have to go tomorrow before work, and I very, very strongly dislike doing errands before work. If I have to work, I don't want to do anything else that whole day. Oh, I lost my Vanguard Plague. It'll be alright. Like, Mornhow could just jump right in. No, he's not hardy enough to want to do that. I mean, he's a guy, but he's not like, you know, we don't want to send him out there unsupported. Oh, we didn't even get the Rotting Riders, that's right. I'm like, that's right. I've got artillery now too, I remember. I had forgotten, actually. Oh, look at that. That is so funny. Look where we get a fight, guys. We'll just set up, like, right here. And these poor chumps. Are going to be stuck there. Now, their artillery reinforcements are coming in when? A minute and a half? Or are they already here and I just don't know it? Yeah, 1 minute. Alright, so we don't really have a lot of time to play here. Like, what hit him? Oh, a Spirit Leech. Because I think we could just charge Tamurkhan right into the middle. And then we'll bring these guys around and try to bust the flank. Get the Hell Cannon going. Because the Hell Cannon with access to restock, I didn't even think about how funny it is. But it's very funny, isn't it? And we're just gonna spit the Toad Dragon Breath here. Boom, baby. You know, it does some work. Does a friggin' ton of work, yeah. The Hell Cannon opens up. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, those Nobbler Scrap Launchers are crazy quick. Nurgle's Favorite Son activated. With about 50% ward save and 70 melee defense. We're in good shape here. Because, like, I don't think they really want to be messing with our flank over here. Because we can just defend the flank by attacking the flank, and then, you know, before long. Like, what are they going to do to get over there? They're going to run around? Oh, man, the Nobbler Scrap Launchers are already beaten up on our guys, though. But importantly, our front line is, you know, much too strong to be worrying about these guys, right? Where's our blunderbuss fire? There it is. And there we go. Tammy is in on the Nobbler Scrap Launchers now, who, you know, they're not fighters. I guess they're like chariot artillery. What? Oh, the giant. I'm like, what is beating on me? Fecundity there. The Rot Knights are, you know, we're in some trouble now. We need to be focusing up here again. We'll collapse these fellows before too long. We just need to make sure they don't get through the line on the blunderbusses, which is what they're doing right here. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Alright, we're just gonna get on Bragg. He's an anti-large fighter, but he can't deal with 3 of these specialists on him. He just can't. I know he can't. Don't tell me he can. I won't believe you. What? Oh my goodness! The damage! The carnage! Oh, that's rough. Those things do a lot of work. please, blunderbusses, please shoot. Just please shoot at something. Shoot at this giant. Can't you shoot at a giant? Can't you both shoot at a giant? For Kennedy there. Tamurkhan is, of course, doing wonderfully on his own. The Rotting Riders are so beat up. We need to... Not the Rotting Riders, the Rot Knights. We need to keep them alive, you know? But importantly, that first of the giants is lit all the way up, and now we're going to get on the second of them here. And now they're in full rout. Where is Greases? Yeah, I'm not sure. He had 16 places before we attacked, though. He might have been, like, trying to fight Helman Gorst or something. Because, I mean... Grimgor was already dead. Like, literally, what could he be doing, right? But a lot of giants, a lot of huge AP damage, but of course, our army is always going to be able to pick up the pieces as long as we give it the ability to do so. Which, like, this is such a good choke point to be able to pull the fight into with this army. Because, I mean, the blunderbusses, they have so much ammo. This one got 1,200 value. That was probably the one that only shot the giant. This one got 3,400 value. It still has 28 ammo left. Like, what? What? This is a big army that we fought, you know? And we all feasted. We all ate well. We're just gonna throw the heal on Mornhell real quick. How are the Plague Ogres getting hurt? Like, you ran into this guy and, like, lost? Oh, probably getting shot. Probably getting shot. Anyway, there we go. But indeed, where is Greasus? Because we fought... Yeah, something like that. Because there were, like, 3 or 4 that were around the one thing. We fought a lot. We've been churning through it. I'm looking for him. I am not afraid. I sincerely want to go. Let us go, then. Let us fight. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to. And we would just put a huge murdering on, and he gets a chariot. You know, he'll be on a dragon before too long. We're going to put him back on his horse because chariots are annoying. Hey, we got a Talisman of Preservation. That's good. Which one of you chumps can wear it? You know, this thing does that, but would 18% ward save be better? Because he needs that for the regen, which is more important than the talisman is. And that's 15% missile strength, and that's good enough to not want to get rid of, too. And he doesn't take that much damage. Yeah, I guess... Man, it's so weird to have a talisman and not want to wear it, but the frostbite attack... I'm like, does that have a frostbite hell cannon? No, because this isn't a special hell cannon. This is a allied recruitment hell cannon. Negative 8 in around him? Okay. Oh. You know, I did... How did I not know that this man had a mortis? I probably would have went right there. Anyway, Tamurkhan also has a Mortis engine effect. Mind blown. This is the greatest campaign of all time. It's not hard, but it is fun. Oh, he has that. I see. Well, that makes it bad. Alright, so I should have taken the Ruinous Flesh one because the other guy has this ability too. But I guess they're not going to be traveling in the same crew pretty soon because he's going to get a dragon, so he's going to be off doing his thing. Oh, there's Greasus. We found him. Hey, he showed up. He wanted to fight. Alright, so the Rot Knight's getting so tuned up very bad because now they won't be here for this. However, what do they have? They have that one beat-up scrap launcher, which of course is just as strong as a not beat-up scrap launcher. And some absolutely beat-up trash coming in. A lot of scrap launchers. How'd you call it, Tamurkhan? Used Dowie Air Force? Yeah, yeah, just incredibly large amounts of missile fire. Organ guns. Yeah, like, you can get organ guns, and then you can put the rune for anti-large and heat-seeking stuff onto them. I think that's how you do it. Organ guns, anti-large, heat-seeking, get, like, Malachi for deranged munitions, so you get magic attack and the huge boost, and you just blow him up. Like, as soon as he comes in, just shred him. And then, yeah, some gyro bombers to shoot at him, too. You know, really huge AP fire going in. So Greasus wants to come attack from that direction. Scrap launchers are potentially like a huge hassle, but we'll just try to deal with them. You know, we'll just try. Like, where'd they even deploy at? Corner camping ogres. Yeah, because, I mean, no, Greasus is going to be here in, like, no time. We need to be angled that way to fight him. And my hero core doesn't need to go there. Doesn't need to go there. I'm acting like an idiot. We'll just leave them there. And send no one. And send no one. Yeah, and send no one. We need to fight Greasus. The rest of these chumps can come across the battlefield at us. Why did I, you know... Why did I do that? Because if they want, like, I should have just went over here. Like, this is the big army. Should have come over here. And where, you know, where it wouldn't matter. Do they have any elite infantry? Nope. They've got these guys here. We're just going to get all the way in, right? Yeah. Then the Hell Cannon can absolutely put the hurt on. And this dude will just dive. Hit the Locusts for some big damage on all of them. Yeah, it's good. And the Festering Stooges are in the middle of the blunderbusses, keeping them from shooting. But oh man, one volley into those Ogre Bulls. Oh, that's the stuff. That's the stuff in the spirit right there. All right, we need our Air Force to be supported, but how? We'll get the... Like, we need him to take flight and hit these guys. Come on, please. Please hit these fools. We need Tamurkhan on Greasus. The Werekin having a party. The blunderbuss is eaten well. We're going to go ahead and turn that guy's face to this direction now. Alright, now that we've actually turned our attention to trying to kill the Blood Vultures, they'll probably fall down really quick. Oh, this is like a large hero. We definitely want to be beating up on him. There we go. Noblar Trappers getting just free shots in on our blunderbusses. Gotta hate that. Got to hate that. Throw a big fecundity there. And yeah, so what do we have here? We have a situation where we need all of our guys to reposition. Not them. Oh, jeez. Rot Knights against this Slaughtermaster, they are losing. We need them out of there. We need to get them back here to support the Hell Cannon, which we have inexplicably left with no one on it. We're going to charge the Dawi Czar into this Stay Deader Furt Stank guy, and it doesn't work. He doesn't make it there. Blunderbusses get charged in the rear. This whole thing was a huge mess. It'll probably be fine. The scrap launchers are probably just absolutely mauling us. That's probably what all this damage is coming from. Tamurkhan is not engaging in a fight, which is terrible. We finally dealt with the last of the scrap launchers, which is good. We don't have that one caster, we just have this one caster. We're going to drop a big ol' bombardment there on top of what I think is just 3 heroes. Yes, it's just 3 heroes. Just 3 heroes. It's like the hero crew that makes all this possible. Get them off of the Hell Cannon. What is wrong with my guys? Oh my goodness. Grease is finally getting beat up. This Noblar Scrap Launcher being, like, these things are terrible to deal with. Like, man, are they terrible to deal with. This guy wants to fight the Dawi. Okay, get some. He's not a great melee fighter, but he's okay. Alright, there we go. He's gonna be sorry he did this. And there's army losses coming in for him. You know, not a clean fight, but a very fun one. Not clean fight at all. Yes, the gun does have an axe on it, yes. He's, you know, armor sundering, he's got AP, like, you know, 100 armor, 54, 46. I mean, it's not a bad melee stat line. It's not good compared to, like, a buffed hero, but it's not bad, you know. Not bad at all. Yeah, there we go. It's probably not what Greases thought that fight was gonna go like. But, you know, he had to try to make it work. He had to try. He had to fail. He had to fail too, but he had to try. Brawler Guts Gut Flag. What a name. And we get what has got to be the most underwhelming of all defeat traits. Income. But, there we go. That's what I wanted. There's our seasoned campaigner. We have fought multiple battles very far away from the capital. Now we get 10 campaign movement and perfect vigor on Tamurkhan. You can't beat that with a stick. Alright, and he went back there, so that's not too bad. We'll be able to meet up with him just this next turn. And I think we raise this, right? Yeah, because Greases is like just outside, and this will really upset him. So he'll see us just like straight burning down his whole place, painting the walls with Nurgle stuff, and you know, that's really gonna upset him. He really liked that Great Hall, but that's what he gets. That's what he gets for growing up next to me. The Great Hall of Grease is indeed. The Great Maw hungers, never to be fed. And Ketsak has increased to aligned. Alright, so now we will side with him and hopefully Kazakh will... No, we'll side with Kazakh. Because Ketsak's doing fine, you know. Yeah, we'll side with Kazakh. Also, if Kazakh gets wounded from getting annoyed, then, yeah. Alright, so we get him to align. You know, we just got to get a few more there. And then, yeah, the last of the chieftains is among us. Old and beaten down by time, Grukmer is a brave shaman born of the most wild and terrible magic. Countless scars have made a tarnished canvas of his skin, marking him as a surviving veteran of more battles than he ever hoped to be part of. Such his tribulations have left him drained by fear and the weariness of ages, yet Grokmer once again finds himself dragged into combat by the brain of his kin. They march to war on the sweet promise of slaughter and meat, and if Grokmer hopes to avoid the ire of his betters, he has no choice but to rush into battle beside them. So, increases Furies and stuff. Boosts some of those other units. Bounce spell, Flock of Doom, 4 uses, yeah. So he's a wildcaster. You got, you know... Yeah, he's almost the most normal out of all of them. Like, do we even want to throw him in the army? Is he good enough? Well, he's got... He's got 2 Cygor summons. I guess that makes him good enough. And he'll have a chariot, eventually. Yeah. So in conclusion, he's not good enough to be in the army, but we'll probably take him anyway. That's right, the negative leadership and speed to the enemy armies. It's so crazy. It's so good. He's old enough PTSD, but his beastman. Yeah, the thing is like, oh, I guess I gotta fight. That's sad, you know. Sad when a beastman can't ever give up the beast. So we'll let them heal, like, one time, because we're going to go here. Alright, what do we get rid of now? Barons of the Bog? Probably. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you hate to get rid of the Festering Stooges. They're really quite extraordinary, right? You know, they get the work done, they don't die. I mean, Barons of the Bog are good, too. You know, they got armor, they got a lot, but... You know, you're not going to drop Plague Ogres. You're not going to drop friggin' Chosen. Alright, now we've got our 8-hero army. Well, Lord plus 7 heroes. Oh, because of the Nurgle number, it would be 7 if we didn't have the extra guy. But I don't feel like the extra guy is bad, because this Locust is very strong when I remember to use it. And you need a Nurgle caster around. You say they're not actually that great, despite how much spell some. Yeah, I mean... When you consider how buffed some of the other stuff in the army gets, I mean, if we just got another Blunderbuss... Especially, oh yeah, only the blunderbuss is from his ability get the large. That makes sense. The anti-large and the frostbite, but still, I mean, it's and he only gives it to the fire glaives. It doesn't even give it to the blunderbusses when it's his own ability. No, it says it's for the Chaos Dwarf, Blunderbusses, Infernal Guard, and Dreadquake Mortars, but it only applies to the ones that aren't from your alliance. Hit points, battle healing cap, weapon strength, all characters, ward save, vigor loss. I think we go there. I think we go to the weapon strength. They don't receive your army buffs on account of the fact they're on them for some reason. Ah, that makes sense, yeah. It's in your army, but it doesn't get your army benefits. So even if you were like a dwarf, if you had dwarf units on loan from another dwarf, it wouldn't buff them like your quarreler thing or whatever. If you had an ire breaker ability and you got them related because, you know, you were just slayers or whatnot. Alright, so we can get more fealty with Dumo Guy and a ton of ammo. I think a ton more research would be better, though, so we'll take that. Clan Eshin has been obliterated. They'll get better. Castable is finally about to start taking some land. Good for him. Oh no, he's got that one too. That's good. Greasus has fled. But he won't get far. Alright, so they have those 3 stinking catapults still. Thanks for looking over it. A little death never hurt everyone, especially not escaping. Yeah, no, you're for real on that. Alright, so they all want to go over there, so... all of us, except you. So we're all going to go over there and fight them. It's going to go great. And everybody else can, you know, do their normal thing here. We'll keep the Rot Knights back here. We don't want them over there. Everybody over there is a lot hardier than the Rot Knights are. And they're just going to come here in 2 minutes, a minute and a half, and we'll punch them in the face. I don't feel like taking any more damage to my infantry. Yeah, so we're just gonna beat up on them extremely. We're gonna put the hurt on. We're gonna shoot a hell cannon at them repeatedly. You know, if they want to let us do that, then they're gonna. The Cygor's throwing rocks. The hell cannon's throwing hell cannon shots. And they think Greasus is gonna save them. There we go. Time to brawl. Are you all gonna shoot Tamurkhan? That's smart. That's good. I bet you won't regret that at all. Black Cleaver activated. Let's go. Pop 'em, hit 'em, bop 'em, squeeze 'em, smash 'em. Boom, baby. You know, they're all shooting the Plaguefly Rider, which is why he's in such bad shape. But they can't keep shooting him forever, after all. They'll get distracted. Can they shoot at it? Can they shoot at a tower? It doesn't work. They're obstructed. They can shoot at a tower. It doesn't work very well. Got it. Our Hell Cannon is trying to shoot at it, and that's not working. Got it. Time for another Cygor summon. And Traderkin, I'm like, wait, what's going on over here? We're getting Shrek'd. These Nobbler Flingers, they really, you know, they do a lot of damage when you just let them shoot at you for a super long time. Oh, some of them have magic damage. No idea how. Must have had a banner. You're saying probably call it a day after the battle. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. No, we're gonna Overcast a Fleshy. That's gonna do like an AoE heal. Overcasted Fleshy hits like 4 people. So that's gonna just like boom, and then we're gonna maybe get hit ourselves here. Nope, I think it doesn't hit him. Well, it's still gonna jump up a lot of the guys. Alright, does he have his thing? Nope. Pit of Shades, Pit of Doom. Black Cleaver on, and, you know, we're still doing just fine here. The Chosen are choosing. The blunderbusses are bussin'. Everything is going fine. And this big old adorable toad dragon just runs right in and says, "Smash!" And then they're gonna run. It's gonna be great. And our Hell Cannon is now shooting into our friends. You know, that's pretty normal, right? And the Ogre Bulls are getting Shrek'd, and now we're just gonna move to the interior. How's Tamurkhan's missile resistance? 55. 55 missile resist with a 28% ward save. and a 15 physical, so 43, 55, comes up to 80, no, yeah, 90 plus resistance if it's physical, so everywhere it wants to be, with 14k HP, and a healing cap that is listed in real numbers. Barricades are so successful. There's nothing in the game like a barricade, you know. They render an otherwise intelligent army totally incapable of movement. We're gonna drop in right here and smash a locus on them. This ability's super good. I just forget to do it all the time. It's a ton of damage. Not in the boost might be more important than a word save item. Yeah, I mean, point for point. If they ever use strategy, yeah. Because it would have to... Because if it was just, you know, ward save does give you missile resist, so it'd have to be, like, a big missile resist item. And how big does a talisman missile resist get? Not more than 20, right? Like, I don't think they give you one for 30 or 40. Yeah. Everyone's healing. Not this guy, I took his healing item away. Oh, and gave it to Kurgan, that's right. Weak to fire. Yeah, yeah. For sure. You know, the regen makes them all weak to fire. Yeah, regeneration, the skill makes you weak to fire, but you can get, you know, like the Dwarf Tankard gives you the regenerator without the weakness. A brutal devastation visited upon the forces of the Gold Tooth. How many Hobgoblin archers would it take to beat one Tamurkhan? Well, you know, if he has his regeneration and he's moving 60 or 80, and the Noxbringer. The Noxbringer is an amazing piece. So the Noxbringer's whole thing is it reduces the ammo of enemy units if they take any damage from the shot, which isn't that important for, you know, player versus environment, but you see it in competitive play all of the time. It's very, very strong. And he's going to get his dragon so soon, it's going to be great. Get our greater arcane conduit there. Good, good, good. Yeah, and now we've unlocked all our guys, so we can actually use this stuff on our troops. But of course, I've already got a perfect army. We could take an aspiring champ. And what? Drop a chaos warrior for it? Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that's, oh, they have fire arrows. I didn't realize. Okay. Ah, yes. Well then, Xiao Ming? Xiao Ming, you think you want to fight? Zatan's right in the middle of all of his stuff, though. We can just give him the money and then beat him up after we finish this. That's what we'll do. We're not going to remember this threat, Xiao Ming. We're not going to forget this threat, Xiao Ming. We're going to do the opposite of what we said we were going to do before we started wagging our finger, Xiao Ming. Never should have come here. But anyway. He's mad at me for ordering greases. Oh, that's right. They do get along. Even though they're friggin' ogres, and there's no reason that anybody should like them. Yeah, we have 186 movement range now. This is a very, very big amount of movement. Almost twice as much as you begin with. And that's the last anyone ever heard of Booger the Seasoner. It's going crazy from Warpstone exposure. That's right, he's like an alchemist and stuff, yeah. And the Great Maw's whispering to him. Yeah, well, you know, that's a bunch of excuses, but we're going to get them. We're going to get them. Yes, I appease Astrogoth. And then when we swing up here, we'll give a couple to Zatan. Like, how many? He's got 9 settlements left, so it's... We'll be going through the southern and southlands, I guess. He knocked off old dude man down there. Old Fire Pants. But alright. Anyway. Man, I'm having a good time, but I really do have to go. I really do. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Really hope you've enjoyed. If you're watching in the future, I hope the weather's nice. 5.5 hours, not too shabby. Could have gone longer, but I have some stuff I gotta do. I'll be back later on tonight. Probably not to play Warhammer, but maybe to play Warhammer. I'm very engaged with this campaign. And Kazakh got wounded. Kazakh got wounded by the Helm of Draska, probably. And now he's going to be out of commission for 10 turns. This is going to give us an opportunity to play with some guys in the army that aren't him. And, yeah. We can just get the Noxbringer. More arty going on. Anyway, that'll be a choice for another day. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Really hope you've enjoyed. See you, Luke. Thanks for hanging out, man. Nice hanging out. And, Yeah, careful not to charge spears for a while, right? I bet we'll do it next map anyway. But yeah, so that'll do for this one. This dude's gonna get a dragon like 2 turns from now. It's gonna be fine. But anyway, when we return, we'll be doing more of this. But right now, I've got to go. So see you, Luke. See you, everyone. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.